How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Could you give me some idea?
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final what have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
Now listen, something has happened to the YouTube algorithm. I'm telling you that right now because there aren't notifications going out on the stream, which is why no one is effing here. And so here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. If you guys don't want me to revert to doing clickbait content, which I know what I need to do to break out of the YouTube algorithm. I know exactly and precisely what I need to do. I need to cover the lowest quality content. I need to do it in the most inflammatory way. I need to sit here reacting to Tim Pool and Sargon of Akkad and all of those other people. If I just play the game, I know exactly how to break the YouTube algorithm to actually break out of this shadow ban. What I would like to do instead of doing that is for people to mount the like button, share the video, show up on time because I stream at the same time every day, so I don't buy these excuses of, oh, Carlin, you haven't shown up in my feed for a while. I stream at the same fucking time every day. So listen, I will go back to doing the clickbait content if that's what I need to do, but I don't actually think that most people here want that. So we all need to work together because ain't nothing happening. Like, the YouTube algorithm is totally bending me over and fucking me right now. Can we just be honest about it? It is bending me over and fucking me. And so I don't know, man. At some point, the rubber will meet the road, and maybe I don't need to spend so many hours a week streaming if I'm just gonna get completely shadow banned into absolute oblivion. So it really is up to you guys. Like, I can go spend my time doing other things, or we will start instituting a super chat goal or something like that, which is not also something I want to do. But listen, man, like, something's got to give. So I really hope that people show up and they mount the like button for me. There is still a pathetic differential between the number of people who are watching right now and the number of people who have mounted the like button, so that would be a good first step in terms of getting the actual notifications to go off on YouTube. That would be really great. We just hang out here for a second until those numbers come up. We can just hang out here. I don't have to show you this city council meeting. We can just hang out here for a second until the numbers come up. You know? And as an aside, and we go through this every couple months, I'm tired of having to beg. I'm really just tired of having to beg. I'm tired of having to beg. People don't want to do this type of content. I don't have to do it. You know? We have reached that point. We have reached that point in our journey. Still like to see the numbers come up. Numbers come up. Because this is done pathetic. This is done pathetic. It really is. Hey, well maybe he should go show you the city council meeting then, Bobby. Maybe you guys should go watch Arun McIntyre. Everyone loves him way more than they love me. So go watch him. Go watch him. He'll show you the stuff that I do, right? Right? Because there's so many other people on the internet showing the content that I'm showing. All right, well I guess that's as good as it's gonna be. As good as it's gonna be. How depressing. How depressing. How utterly and totally depressing. I'm gonna have to watch Tim Pool videos to get the channel back into the algorithm. That's just fucking great. Well, yeah, that might be what sells, but again, like, you know what? Every time someone says this to me, then I'm like, then I should just quit streaming. I should just quit. If this is what you're gonna do instead of being a useful part of solving the problem, you're gonna say, well, Carlin, you know, that's just the way it is, and you should just give up, and blah, 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 blah. I quit. I quit. I'll end the fucking stream right now. I'll go do something else. 'Cause I'm not doing it. I'm absolutely not doing it. But we also have to all work together to make this worth my time if people want this to happen. This is an example of if you want something to continue, you have to contribute to it in a productive way because there's nothing that I can do about it. There is absolutely and totally nothing that I can do about it. So if you don't want to contribute productively, then we don't have to do this anymore. You know, this is usually a lesson that people learn too late. It's like, an example of it is, maybe you have this small little store in your hometown that they sell really cool stuff and you really like the owner, but you only ever go in and browse, and then you see what they have and you go buy it on Amazon because it's $10 cheaper on Amazon than it is in the little store in your town. And then you just keep doing this and everyone else keeps doing it too. And you're like, oh my God, this is such an amazing store. You got such cool stuff. And then you go in and browse and then you go to Amazon and you find whatever knickknack or whatever you saw in the store that you liked. And you buy it on there because it's a little bit cheaper and you have Amazon Prime and, you know, you're being frugal and stuff, but you really like that store. And then one day that store goes out of business. And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe that store went out of business. They had such cool stuff. I just love that store. I got so much stuff from that store, but you didn't get stuff from that store. What you did is you went to the store and browsed. You didn't actually buy it in the store. You went and you gave your money to Amazon instead, and Amazon has the ability to sell those items cheaper because they're not a little store in your hometown that's actually putting heart and soul into things. The thing that you wanted just went away because you didn't support the thing you claimed to want. And then when it goes away, you're all surprised, like, oh, how did this happen? They had such cool stuff. It happened because you didn't support it. All right? Happened because you didn't support it. And when I have to consistently show up and beg people to do things like mount the like button, I'm just like, you know what? I don't even make any money streaming. Like I do streaming to do my research. That's basically what my streams are at this point. They're my research. And then I take other people along with me, but I don't really make any money doing this. So it is, oh, you don't give money? Then Bobby, why should I ever help you? You don't give money? Then why should I ever help you? This is exactly the type of attitude that I'm asking. Bobby, here's the thing. You can hang out, but if you become a pain in my ass, I'm now going to have no problem banning you because I'm never going to, you've just told me that you're never going to compensate me for what I do. You're never going to compensate me for the value that I give you. So I should just really block you on the channel so I don't actually have to hear from you anymore. And I'm definitely not answering any more of your questions because you're asking me to give of my time and my knowledge that I have accumulated over the course of years doing things that no one in their right mind would do. You're asking me to give that to you for free. Does that sound fair, Bobby? Does that sound fair? Let me know. But you better be careful not to annoy me too much, because if you're flat out telling me, hey, I'm just gonna, Carlin, I'm gonna show up and steal your shit over and over and over and over and over again, and I'm never gonna actually compensate you for it, but I'm gonna take and 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 take, and I'm gonna ask you all sorts of questions, and I'm gonna ask you all sorts of questions, and I'm not even gonna listen to the answers. I'm just gonna ask the questions because I want to ask the questions, but I'm not even gonna listen to the answer that you give. It's stealing my time. It's stealing my energy. Come on. Alex, I so appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. Well, the numbers are slowly and surely trying to go up. But I need everyone to mount the like button for me, because we are now fighting with the YouTube algorithm, and I have to sit back here and lecture people about the YouTube algorithm again, because people are consistently surprised when my stuff doesn't show up on their homepage when they don't click on it when it does show up. And so you got to give like lectures to people to remind them. Do you guys remember the last time you came to me and said, Carlin, I don't know where your channel is. It never shows up on my homepage. And I said, well, when it does show up, do you click on the videos? And you go, no, I just think I'll watch it later. And then it never shows up again because you never clicked on the videos in the first place, because the YouTube runs on an algorithm. It's not even really that I'm shadow banned. It's that people who claim to want my content don't actually click on the dang videos. And if they clicked on the videos and just watched a few seconds of them, guess what? Magic is going to happen. The streams are going to show up on your homepage. I have to do this every couple months just to remind people, hey, Nick, I appreciate it. $20 towards, let's do a super chat goal for today. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hopefully we hit it. If we don't, that'll say something, won't it? It'll say that people are more willing to pay for my time and my energy when I'm doing other things. So maybe I should just do that instead. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get into our show now that people have been lectured again for the umpteenth time. I logged on to Twitter this morning, and this video was all over the place, and I can understand why, because it looks like a bunch of queer Marxists took over the city council meeting in Worcester, Massachusetts last night. Worcester is about an hour and 15, maybe an hour and a half, 90 minutes away from me. And Worcester is like now of course my things are skipping. Everything is messing up. Hang on, let me shut some stuff down. Maybe my computer will actually start to work again. Worcester is about 90 minutes south of me, and it is basically the armpit of Massachusetts. Worcester is one of those towns. This is not like, it is a city, but it's like a trash city. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like one of those cities that it's like, it's not all fancy and like metropolitan or anything like that. Like, I have not been to Worcester in a long ass time. Unless I have a very specific reason to go to Worcester, I would avoid it at all costs. I don't want to be walking down the street in Worcester. It's dangerous. I don't want to. And apparently, the queer Marxists took over the Worcester City Council meeting because Worcester has now become a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. And of course, this is not the first city in Massachusetts to do something like this. We know about Somerville, Massachusetts. Somerville, Massachusetts is the sanctuary city in Massachusetts for polyamorous people. Literally, there are anti-discrimination laws protecting polyamorous people. They have to give you insurance. If you're like an employer provided insurance place, they have to extend the insurance to your polyamorous throuple or whatever. You also can't be fired because you're polyamorous in Somerville, Massachusetts. So, and the reason that's important is that polyamory is one of the tactics that queer Marxists use to queer the nuclear family, to queer social relationships. It is outside of the two-person monogamous, like what they would call heteronormative or homonormative marriage. Those are both things that uphold capitalism. And so, it's not a great surprise to me, to be honest, that Worcester is kind of following the suit of Somerville, Massachusetts, because Massachusetts in general is super, super, super leftist. I guess it does surprise me a little bit though, because like, again, Worcester is one of those places where it's kind of like, it's not a rich city. It's like, like I said, it's like a trailer park city. And I don't mean any offense. If anyone here is from Worcester, I'm sure you're a lovely person. I don't mean any personal offense against anyone from Worcester, okay? But I'm just saying. Anyway, of course, we do not watch clips on my channel. We are so far above watching clips, it's not even funny. What we do when these things happen is we go and we watch the whole damn video. And so I went and found the city council meeting, and we're going to watch the video, and we're going to watch the public comments that came in, and I'm sure there's a good mix of crazy and normal people. I think it'll be an interesting exercise to watch the public comment around this. It did look to get a little spicy. Yeah, well, I mean, some of the people, I would say some of the people, it is absolutely the city and some of the people, just not all the people. It's like if someone was from Manchester, New Hampshire, okay? Listen, I know good people in Manchester. There are things about Manchester that I like. There are some great restaurants in Manchester. But Manchester also has a huge homeless population, and I wouldn't walk down the street at night by myself, and it's not a place I'm going to go to unless I have a choice, unless I don't have a choice. And like, I really want to go out to eat or something at a certain restaurant, I'll go then, but not usually. Anyway, so I do have the full city council meeting pulled up, guys, and we're just going to watch it, and we're just going to see what happens. We are going to be watching a city council meeting for fun. But before we get into that, the big news of the day is that the book is finally available. The book is finally available for members of the Red Menace Collective exclusively until next week. Because the Red Menace Collective, which you can find at redmenacecollective.substack.com, this is my Substack where I basically am working out the next book I'm going to write, or in some cases, the next several books I'm going to write. And what happens is, as I am writing the books, I publish the draft chapters to this Substack. It is a supporter-exclusive Substack. There's no content on there that is not for supporters. And basically, people can read ahead, and you guys can read the chapters of the books as I'm actually writing them. You can be part of the process of the books coming together, stuff like that. And so, and this is how I am funding my book writing moving forward, because I'm just self-publishing. It is so much easier. I am never going back to being like published by a real publishing company. It's never going to happen. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to be able to get information out there a lot more quickly than you can through traditional publishing. So I said, why don't I just like basically crowdfund this? This is my crowdfunding publishing website where you can sign up for a membership of $10 a month or $100 a year, and you get access to all of my draft chapters. You get access to maybe some podcasts that I've been recording, although I kind of stopped doing that because Substack now has a built-in audio reader, so we'll actually just read it for by yourself. So I don't have to put as much time into watching it or recording it, which works for me. But the big perk that Red Menace Collective members get is they get access to a digital copy of the final book before it is available publicly, and that is my special thank you for funding the work I'm doing, and I really, really do appreciate it. And so the digital copy of A Brief History of Racism is now available to download for Red Menace Collective members. You can, again, sign up at redmenacecollective.substack.com. And what you do is just click on the post that is in the dead center of the page, and you'll see a little description of it. And then underneath this red box, you will be able to download a PDF of the book so you can read it before it even comes out next week. It will be out next week on Amazon in paperback, also in digital and like Kindle format. So that will be coming. And if you're looking to order the paperback or the Kindle version, the pre-sale should be up soon. In fact, the pre-sale for the Kindle edition is actually already up. It just went up right before the stream. They're still taking their time to review the the paperback version, so that isn't up quite yet, but it should be up within the next day or so. So if you really want that paperback version, that will be available on Amazon. The Kindle version will be available on Amazon. I do not have plans to do an audio version right now, although I haven't ruled it out. I'm just not doing it right this second. So it may come in the future, but you do have access to all of this right now, and I'm just really excited about this. I'm really proud of this. This is the first book that I have published out of Red Menace Press, which is my publishing company, and this is the first book funded by the Red Menace Collective, And I just like, I'm just really proud of this. It's just kind of a cool experience. Like, you know, I've had the experience of publishing with so-called real publishers 2 times before. I published with big publishers in New York. Like, I've done all that, and it is a very special feeling, kind of like when you get your book for the first time. But it's almost, I haven't even seen a print copy of this yet. Amazon is sending me one, but I actually haven't even seen the print copy. But even seeing the PDF with like my publishing company's logo on it, that was a really cool experience for me. It kind of takes it up a notch. And honestly, the process of going through and publishing my own book, like, it makes me want to write more books. Now I'm like, oh my God, this is a totally attainable thing, because I was really daunted by this at first. I was like, how are you going to make this work? Like, you're going to have to hire people. They're going to have to do this, that, and the other thing. But no, I actually have it under control now. I know exactly what I'm doing. And that's not to say I won't make mistakes here and there. I'm sure I will make mistakes, but you know, mistakes are easy enough to fix. It's just like getting over the daunting nature of like, can I really do this? And the answer is yeah, I can. And that's really, really cool. And that motivates me to get more content out there more quickly. I do actually have more ideas that I haven't even told people about yet. I mean, you know, it must be a day and ends and why I've got another idea I don't have the time to execute, right? But I do actually have a lot of ideas, and it's been very motivating for me. And I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have given me in terms of writing this and other books that I've been working on. So if you want to read the PDF now, again, that is available at redmenacecollective.substack.com for members of that Substack. You can sign up for $10 a month, $100 a year. You get access to the digital copy of all the books when they're completed. You get access to draft chapters of the book as I'm writing them. You get the opportunity to leave comments, to give feedback, to ask me, Carlin, can you write about this? Can you write about that? Can you write about that other thing? So this is kind of like a team effort. I mean, I'm calling it the Red Menace Collective a little bit tongue-in-cheek because it's like using socialist technology against them. But it is also, I do want this to be more of a group thing, because we need to create a community of people who are vested in learning as much as we can about this stuff so that we can teach it to other people. That is the only way this works. And so I really appreciate everyone that's gotten me to this point, and thank you for supporting me, and I can't do it without you. Another announcement I have to make is that we do have a new episode of the Inner Circle podcast up, and if you head over to my main Substack, which is different than the Red Menace Collective, you got a couple things. You can watch a clip of me reading the introduction and the epilogue to the book, which I did yesterday on stream. I put that clip up on the Substack, so you can easily find it there. But even more interesting, I thought, is I have a new episode of the Inner Circle podcast up on the website. The Inner Circle podcast is my supporter exclusive podcast through the Substack. You can also get access to it if you are a YouTube channel member or a Twitter subscriber. And so what this is I basically read an Antifa document where they're literally training people how to attack the police. Literally, like aggressively. And so I'm starting to read a lot of kind of like very far left propaganda on the Inner Circle podcast, which is, you know, kind of complementary to the other stuff that we're doing, but it's not the most important thing. I guess it's just like more so going back through literature, showing you here's what the extreme left is doing. This is for people who are just extra wonky about this stuff. That's why it's a supporter exclusive. And but this document is insane, and it just came out. This is not an old document. This came out like a couple weeks ago. And so I read and analyzed the document, and you can find that episode of the Inner Circle podcast now over on the Substack. You do have to be a member of this Substack, which is not to be confused with the Red Menace Collective. And this one is $8 a month, $80 a year. And you get access to the Inner Circle podcast. You get access to my supporter Discord. You get access to the community Zooms we do on Monday. You get access to a 10% off discount code in the Unwoke Art Store on whatever merchandise you want. And maybe some other perks too that are going to be coming up this week. So definitely check that out if you get a chance. Last announcement, because I released the book, I decided, of course, to do a special sale in the Unwoke Art Store. And the sale is going to be on the Red Menace Collective signature merch, which I'm not saying I've been wearing that shirt for 3 straight days, but maybe I've been wearing this shirt for 3 straight days because it's awesome. It's awesome. I love my merch. I don't even want to pretend that I love my merch. I think it's the best. And we have 4 different Red Menace Collective options for you guys. Of course, we have the classic Plague Doctor, the one that started it all. We also have the Crow. We have the Penguin. We have the Ram. And just for Trendolin, if you click into the designs, you'll see what products are offered. Just for Trendolin, who has been annoying me for weeks to make her a penguin mug. and Trendlin is almost single-handedly responsible for the penguin design. This is not something I would have come up with had Trendlin not harangued me about doing a penguin design. So I was like, okay, Trendlin, I'll give you a fucking penguin design. So I did put it on a mug just for Trendlin, and I put the other ones on a mug too. And you can click in and see what merch is available. Most of the merch is like this one has the most merch available. We've got shot glasses, we got pint glasses, tumblers. It looks so fucking cool. I love my merch. Anyway, if you love it as much as I do, and you want to show off your swag, it's 25% off for the rest of the month to celebrate the launch of the book. And so I really do appreciate it, guys. Also, all purchases in the store do support the work I'm doing, of course, and I can't do it without you guys. All right, let's get into this city council meeting, shall we? I'm very impressed. The number of mounting the like button has come up substantially since I spent 20 minutes lecturing you. So maybe we're doing something right. Okay, I have not previewed this city council meeting. So we're just going to try to work our way through, and we're going to watch the crazy speeches. Oh, I missed a super chat. I apologize, Trendlin. Thank you. Will you be watching him, if any... What does that say, Trendlin? Of that... Will you be watching him any if the conference today? Trendlin, do you want to translate? Do you want to translate what that actually means? Oh, the queer conference? Hello, person I've never seen on my channel before. I do love it when people come into my channel that I've never seen in my chat before. What's your channel activity like? Let's take a look at you. Oh, you just signed up 3 days ago. This is a brand new account. This is your first ever chat on my channel. Therefore, guess what? Your opinion doesn't matter. And if you want to keep arguing with me, that's not going to work out well for you. And then they're going to come back and say, they're going to be, this is why no one watches your content, as you are mean to your audience. Blah, 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 blah. I bet you anything that person is writing an angry response to me right now. This is why no one watches you. Let's hear it, Burrow. We're waiting. We're waiting for your retort. Anyway, we are going to be doing the queer conference. I'm just trying to logistically figure out the best way to do it. And I know it started today. I know. But we have access to the recordings. It started at 6 a.m. I'm not getting up at 6 a.m. I love you guys. I'm not getting up at 6 a.m., okay? So we are getting access to the recordings. We're going to figure out logistically how to do it. It's a lot, Trendlin, okay? I haven't wrapped, but we will do it. I promise you, okay? We will. I'm going to watch the recording. You can go watch it live, though. You signed up, too. Oh, no. There are people who don't know what this is about, and trust me, it's better if you just don't know what it's about. Just trust me. Just trust me. Okay, let's dig in to the city council meeting and see what happened.
All set. Okay, welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. Get everybody's attention, please. And
I know.
if you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner.
We're not watching that. Sorry, I know people have feelings. We're not doing this.
Here.
Councilor King.
Okay, fast forward.
Is your name, city of residence, and item number? I've been asked to read the rule. Is it Rule 39 on
Correct.
public
Rule 39.
participation? Go
Why
ahead.
do I have a note?
Mr.
Why do
Mayor,
I have
at
no
every meeting of
background?
the City
Where'd my
Council on the
background
public
go?
participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the City Council on any eligible items on the agenda for the meeting, both in person and remotely on the Zoom option. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one item on the agenda shall be combined their testimony on all items to one appearance at the microphone. The time for the speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes for any one speaker or 30 minutes for all speakers.
Okay. Whoa.
Ooh.
Everybody's...
Ooh,
Okay.
already rowdy.
So we're going to suspend the rules, let people speak tonight, and roll call.
Oh, they're gonna let everyone speak. No time limit. Great.
What's that?
Good decision, Mayor.
Oh.
Good decision.
So, Mr. Mayor, we need 2/3 votes to suspend the rules.
Yeah.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Agiai,
Yes.
Counsel King,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Counsel Nguyen,
Yes.
Counsel Ojeda,
Yes.
Counsel Pasillo,
Yes.
Counsel Russell,
Yes.
Counsel Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, so next meeting we'll enforce those rules or more, but we're going to get through tonight together. Okay.
See?
Okay.
Look.
We are going
look.
to, well set?
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say, Jill? No one is writing an angry response. It's just really unprofessional to complain about views and then attack new people in the chat just threatening to quit. If you don't like this, just quit. For people who don't know, this is a psychopath, a 500-pound whale of a slug of a human being that is a shut-in in her house that comes to the channel every single day to do exactly this with a new account, like clockwork, very predictable, Jill. Your MO is easy to spot, Jill. Everyone in the chat knows who you are, Jill. Every single person knows that you show up like clockwork to create new accounts because you just can't quit us, Jill, because you want so hard, you want so bad to be part of our club, but we don't want you here. We don't want you here, Jill. We don't want you here. Go away. You are not welcome. You are not smart enough to be here. Goodbye.
Did your name, see your residence and item number?
Good evening, Mayor Petty and city councilors. My name is Richard Shea. I've been a resident in Worcester for over 50 years. I reside at 2 Wrexham Road,
silence
Worcester,
equals
Massachusetts.
death.
And I'm going to be speaking relative to items 8K, 10B, 10F, 10G, and I can't read the other one. Anyhow, my name is Richard Shea. I've been a resident here a long time. I was an educator and counselor in the public schools
Oh.
for over 34 years. And I'm here tonight to express my appreciation for all the work that the City Council does on the voters, on behalf of the voters in Worcester, Massachusetts. You're voted by constituents in your districts or at large to do the business of the city at the request and behest of its voters. I believe that in order for you to meet your responsibility and do the work of the city, there needs to be decorum, there needs to be respect shown in this
I don't know what
hall.
side this guy's on.
That respect goes to everyone. I'm a Roman Catholic. I believe that God created every human being as a child of his innumerable power.
Oh, he's about to be a Catholic for trans people.
Regardless of lifestyle,
Yep, there it is.
regardless of sexual
Leftist.
orientation, that includes everybody. And I don't think that it's right for there to be disruption for a segment of the population at the expense of the whole population. All of the voters that voted for each one of you councilors to do the business of the city without interruption. The silent majority isn't represented here. That's not to demean anyone that's here, but just to have respect for everyone in the city that deserves to have their business conducted and conducted without interruption.
Wait, is he
Can
not
you
a
wrap up your
leftist?
comments, too?
I will.
Which side is he on?
So I want to acknowledge my appreciation. I've been at the mic. I don't abuse it. I've been at this mic to represent education in the interests of the children and the
Save the
adults,
children.
the teachers, the counselors, the wraparound services.
Thank you.
And thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Did your name, see your residence and item number?
Thank you, Fred Nathan Worcester. So before I start out, I just want to acknowledge this month being Black History Month.
Oh my God!
14A,
What is it with old white men being the problem? Why are they doing this? Why are they subjugating themselves like this? It makes no sense at all.
The item about the sprinklers. So, just so we're clear here now, I understand that for a dwelling that's being renovated and they're gonna put sprinklers in there now, you're talking probably north of $80,000. And I don't think the city's gonna give anybody a tax break to recoup that $80,000. But it would be
Probably
nice
not.
if there's some sort of a TIF type thing that we could give these people a tax break. $80,000 to be jammed down people's throats. Something tells me if that person that has a 4-unit place, that if they have, say, a 3rd floor going for $2,000, that price tag has just gone up to $3,500. And there's no one
I'm
confused
fast
about
forwarding.
something here.
Fast
Crap
forwarding,
over it.
sorry.
And that the word
I want to get to the good stuff.
Okay.
Wait, why are they booing? Why are they booing?
and it's them. It's two. I'm
Okay.
confused.
Okay.
If you look and that their pronouns.
Oh, we missed it. Oh, my bad.
That price tag has just gone up to
My bad.
$3,500.
I shouldn't have fast forwarded.
And
I won't
there's
do it
no one
again.
here that can dispute those numbers. As for what everyone's here about tonight,
I was right there.
I'm a little bit confused about something here. I mean, I know a lot of people. I have a fair amount of friends who are gay, but I don't give them any crap over it. They don't give me any crap being straight or anything. My problem is that when someone tells me that they're non-binary and that their pronouns are they or them, I'm confused. Because in a dictionary, if you look up the words they, it's two.
This guy
If you
rules.
look up in it's them, it's two.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that guy's the best.
Okay.
I think I almost fast forwarded over him. Oh no.
Before I next
That's a
speak, I
lesson.
failed to mention 14A, which was just being talked about.
Them is
14A
two.
is going to be held under privilege. So we need 4 votes by Candy-Member Carlson. Should we? What? Yeah, I tell
I'm a
two.
wheelchair user.
So both councils.
okay.
Hang on 1 second. We're just going to have a quick vote here on the.
A wheelchair user cut the line. Does anyone know why they did that? Why are like pop quiz? Why are wheelchair users allowed to cut the line in the queer community? Let's see what you guys know. This might not be as easy as you think. So you hear the queer Marxists in the background complaining. They're cutting the line. They're cutting the line. And then someone said they are a wheelchair user. Well, they're waiting to speak in a microphone. So why should it matter if they're in a wheelchair? So pop quiz. Why does it actually matter if they're in a wheelchair in the queer Marxist community? Why is it? Yes. Bing. Progressive stack. Because it's not probably just a normie in a wheelchair. It is probably a queer trans person in a wheelchair. And that means intersectionality. And that means they are oppressed by more than one thing. I used to call this the woke oppression hierarchy. The leftists call it progressive stack. It's about disability justice. If you don't allow the person in the wheelchair to cut in line, you're being ableist. Exactly. There is a hierarchy, and the more oppression you have against you, the higher you are in the hierarchy. Well done. That's actually a great idea for a t-shirt. Them is two. They, them means two. That's a great idea. I'm going to think about that. All right.
The 14A to let people know we're going to hold
Mr.
that.
Chairman, I just want to clarify that people are
Trans voice.
in line because they have needs, accessibility. So I just want to share that.
Oh,
See?
yeah. Okay. So early on during the night, we'll go back to after under suspension. We'll do the hold the item.
Oh, this is gonna be
Let's hold
great.
14A. Okay. Roll call. You need 4 votes to hold 14A. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, what item is that again, just for
That
public?
is on the fire department item
Thank you.
on the sprinkler system.
So, Mr. Mayor, was requested by Councilor Haji, Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Haji,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, that was held by Councilmember Carlson and
was
Councilor
was held by you?
Both of them.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, so we have some people who have asked for special consideration tonight, so just your name, your residence, and item number.
Thank you. My name is Ariel Timar Alvarez de Amasifuen. I'm a District 4 resident of Worcester on Nipmuc territory. First, I wanted to show my support for item 8A to encourage cars to slow down. I also support items 8J, 10C, and 10H to support lower utility bills. 11A to say thank you to our Black community who fight for our country despite the abuse we've inflicted on them. I have some concerns over the intent of items 8K and 8L. 8K is too broad about what exactly is city business, and based on the history of this council, I'm worried about this ruling being utilized in bad faith. For 8L, we sometimes...
Is this person what is this person wearing around their neck? That looks like a bone of some sort. You've got the socialist haircut, the classic socialist haircut with the shaved head, the mullet, the little bangs. It's grown out a little bit. The shirt. I'm a little unclear about whether or not this person has boobs.
Elevate experts about what it's like to be homeless, but the people who are impacted need to be able to have a hand in that conversation.
I'm gonna eat a gummy.
Nothing about us
That's
without
gonna make
us.
this better.
I support items 10F and 10G.
1 in the chat if I should eat a gummy, 2 in the chat if I should do this sober. Obviously, there's nothing in this gummy. But you let me know. 1 in the chat. I'm going to let you guys decide. 1 in the chat if I should eat a gummy. 2 in the chat if I should not eat a gummy. 1. Thank you. I'm doing what you guys want. I'm following the chat.
For allowing the posting of public participation
Nothing
rules
in
and a
that
visible
gummy.
timer for speakers, which is very helpful for folks to see what their expectations are and to better watch the system to ensure equity. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Councilor Pasillo for items that can hopefully build better trust with the public. Finally, I wanted to show queer support for 10B, 10J, 14B, and tentatively 10I, as long as it is acknowledged that getting a report on hate crimes is only part of the story. If the system itself disenfranchises vulnerable communities, the reporting of said system is always going to be skewed. I also wanted to go on the record for...
No. These are fast acting. These are fast acting gummies. There's nothing in them, but if there were, it would be very quick, like 5 minutes.
For the council that I was able to apply for the LGBTQI plus commission. To any councilors who are considering voting against 14B tonight, I understand that federal funding can help us support our communities. However, I cannot overstate that the United States is rapidly sliding into fascism, and conceding because we are scared of the repercussions validates and allows fascism to continue.
Yep, totes.
I had a previous statement. I think I'm going to leave that for tonight, but I hope that the council will be able to support these items. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was great.
Just your name, your residence, item number.
Ron Rajat, Worcester resident, 62 years. I want to talk about 14A. Leaders lead by example. And, you know, the cost of installing sprinklers, I think you as leaders should do it to yourselves. What's it going to cost you to install sprinklers in your own homes? Then see how long it takes to get bids for that. And after a year, you're going to probably have to inspect those sprinklers. So just take a look at that before deciding on the sprinklers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sprinkler Man.
Hi, I'm Alice Romeo, a lifelong Worcester area resident, and I'm here today in support of 14B. And I'm going to quote the great Brian O'Halloran when I say, I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Uh-oh.
I called in last week because I'm currently recovering from surgery. And I listened to an hour and a half of wonderful testimony on 14B. And towards the end, it was my turn to go on. And I don't know what technical issue there was. It says I wasn't muted, but for whatever reason, whatever reason it was, I could not have my voice heard. But I thought it would be okay because all these great people showed up, gave really strong testimony with no resistance. Because anyone who says they care about this issue and they're opposing 14B, they don't have any skin in the game. People here, we do. And, you know, I didn't know I was transgender until maybe 3 or so years ago. I'm actually in the room today with people who knew me before I was trans, whether it be people I've done business with before, or people who I've known from local organizations or clubs like Central Toastmasters. And everyone here is in a lot of hurt and pain. Please listen to the voices here today. Because, as I said, if the vote happened last week, I wouldn't have to be here today. But here I am. So I know I'm out of time, but we as a community are out of time. Please listen to the voices behind me.
Snaps, girl. Snaps. Snaps. Yeah. How did they learn they were trans 3 years ago? Look at that guy. Yo.
What's your name and city of residence?
Mask.
Hello. My name in drag is Dee Dee Delight. And my name out of drag is Dewey Cosgrove Atienza. And I've been living in Worcester my whole life as well. And man, I didn't know I was trans my whole life. Man, it's a weird experience hiding that I dress as a man at home, then hiding that I got redressed as a woman upstairs, and then hiding that to come to city council because I don't want my parents to know that I have to argue for both those things.
What?
And I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain.
Yeah, okay.
I'm on the autism spectrum. And
Clearly.
I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
What?
Two has been the most amazing boss to me. They drove me to work sometimes. And they've been such an important person in my life. And
everyone understands, right? This person is mentally ill. This is not a functional human being.
What happened to them was unfair, and it deserves to be addressed. I don't understand how, and sorry, I'm here to talk about 10B and 14B. And the reason that those two things need to be addressed, and the reason that Worcester needs to be a safe space for trans people is because I can't go home where I can't work, I don't qualify for disability, I can't drive because I'm narcoleptic, and my family doesn't support me because I'm trans, and then come to a city council that won't listen to my voice. I need the city to protect me because no one else will. And I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
Yeah. How are you going to do that? Exactly. How are you going to make it an unsafe space? Exactly. That I would like the answer to that question. What is the trans mentally ill person threatening? And by the way, I'm not saying they're mentally ill because they're trans. I'm saying they're mentally ill because they're mentally ill. And I don't even think they are trans. I think they're queer and they're autistic, and they got indoctrinated in schools to believe that they are queer and autistic and non-binary. Man. What have you walked into? Nothing good. Stunning and British. Yes.
Normally I would say good evening, but through the chair I will only impart my sour grapes. My name is Dr. Rita Mukherjee. I'm an assistant professor at Worcester State University, and I am appalled at the circumstances.
This is a college professor at a state university. Oh.
My name is Dr. Rita Mukherjee. I'm an assistant professor at Worcester State University, and I am appalled at the circumstances that have brought me here this evening. I will keep my remarks concise. Through the chair, I offer three things for not just City Council, but for my queer family here in Worcester and for the very confused people who keep attacking our community. The first of which is pertinent to the English language. They, them as a singular pronoun has been in use since the 14th century. No one in this room is as old as the 14th century, so I'm going to ask for some adaptation. Second, I would like to share that the popular comment I've seen on social media, on Reddit, attacking our city, attacking all the beautiful things that we have built here in Worcester says, people are too sensitive these days, language shouldn't matter. And I would love for that to be the case. I agree that this is a poor use of our time. So I ask, I implore that we adapt, that we correct our language, and I thank through the chair the members of City Council who have taken accountability and apologized for their transphobic and bigoted behavior. We don't demand perfection, but we do ask for growth.
I don't think they answer to you.
And third and finally,
Maybe they
I
do.
invite, not in angst, not in bad faith, but in calling in a long-standing practice of intersectional politics, I invite every member, through the chair, of City Council to come to my queer studies classroom at Worcester State University. You are all welcome every time, but be aware that you are a guest in my house when you come. And when you come, know that there are strong queer and trans people in my classroom who will collect you with the quickness if you speak out of turn.
Am I enrolling in queer studies at Worcester State now? Did that just happen?
I'll conclude here. Yes, of course. To quote our Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, we will continue to bring the fire until you see the light.
Stunning and brave, girl. Stunning and brave, queen. Hey, can someone in the chat look up the queer studies program at Worcester State? That'd be pretty great. Oh, look at this. Lesbian.
Hi, my name is Katie. I'm from District 5, and I'm speaking in support of agenda items 10B and 14B. Right now in our country, Trump is threatening the trans and gender diverse community. He is using policy to take away protections. He is making it hard for trans people to renew passports, to get the care they need. He is trying to erase us. These are not anxieties, these are indisputable facts. And he will not stop with trans people, he will not stop with immigrants. But he is limited. He is a president, not a king. And he has the powers of a president as well as the limitations of one. So my question to the council is this. If he is going to use policy to hurt people, how can we use it to protect them? How can we stand up and say that we won't allow him to dictate what we do in our city? The spirit of Worcester is one of standing up to those who seek to do harm. We stood up against the KKK in 1924, and organizations like the YWCA stand up against equality today. What side of history do we want to be on? To address the fear of losing federal funding, we are already at risk. We are a liberal city in a liberal state that has espoused values that are to the contrary of the president's own. We have immigrants, LGBTQ folks, allies, and intellectuals whose ideas are a threat to his regime. And we are so proud. We are proud to be a city that prioritizes its citizens over bigotry and hate. It is worth the risk. Please be brave and vote yes on agenda item 14B. We must be strong if we are going to withstand the bullying of fascists. Lastly, and please investigate misconduct amongst yourselves. It takes a great deal of courage to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends. Look at how you treat people. Look at how your fellows treat people, and ask yourself if that is the best y'all can be. Take ownership of wrongs. The lights turned off. Apologize for them and grow from them. Thank you for your time. I like it. It's a vibe.
Scotland Scorpion says the left do appear more organized and funded than the right. Yeah, I mean, they're not funded in the way people think they're funded, but yes, they are significantly more organized than the right, and it's not even close. Tayton, appreciate the super chat. Guys, we are watching last night's Worcester City Council meeting in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was taken over by a bunch of queer Marxists. If you've just arrived, please do me a favor and mount the like button for me, on YouTube especially, but on whatever platform you're watching on. Special shout out to people watching on Rumble. I can see the chat over there if you guys want to chat in, and if you want to send a super chat to thank me for showing you the full meeting and, you know, making it a little bit more bearable and making fun of it, and all that stuff. Feel free to send in a super chat. We got a $100 goal today. I would appreciate it.
What's your name, your residence?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Susan Dorazio. I will be addressing items 10B and 14B. I was born here in Worcester and have been a proud resident and District 1 voter since 1999. I'm a cisgender ally, mother to a gay son who went through Worcester Public Schools, and a proud volunteer with Love Your Labels with queer and trans youth in our sewing and fashion program. Worcester has always been a welcoming city, but that's being tested.
It's moaning
As
in the
you
background.
know, across the country, LGBTQ+ rights are under attack. Life-saving research.
Do you guys hear the moaning in the background? It's like there's like an autistic person that is like non-verbal, like, and I'm not trying to make fun, I'm just trying to make the noise. I'm really not trying to make fun of them, because that's like not something you make fun of, but like, that's crazy.
Is being halted. Healthcare is being stripped away. The current administration has outright said trans people do not exist. Let's be clear. They are seeking to erase and exterminate this particular community. It is shameful to see that rhetoric echoed here, whether explicitly or implicitly.
Oh my God!
That this
What is going
not
on?
a welcoming city. If you think this doesn't affect you, please educate yourself.
Hang on, someone asked to see my knitting, so we're gonna do a quick knitting break. I'm working on a shawl right now. I'm working on my mystery shawl. That's what I'm working on. That's it. All right, back to this. Sorry.
This is not some fringe group. These are our neighbors, and they're asking for dignity and protection. I've learned so much with these young people I work with about resilience, identity, and being seen. Queer and trans folks are some of the brightest, most passionate entrepreneurs, activists, and artists. If Worcester wants to be a vibrant, forward-moving city, it must be a safe haven for this skilled, engaged community. To those claiming that making Worcester a sanctuary city could risk federal funding, that's fear-mongering. There is no precedent for federal funds being pulled over this.
Could you wrap up your
The
comments, please?
solicitor may cite risk. With this administration, there's potential risk for a lot of terrible things.
Thank you. Can you
Does
wrap up,
that
please?
mean we throw our most vulnerable residents under the bus?
Thank you. We have last.
I just want to challenge you. Get to know a queer and trans person. And I challenge the President of the United States as well.
Thank you.
Your lives will change.
Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave.
My name is Cam. I'm a Worcester resident, and I've been receiving gender-affirming care here in some way or another for about 5 years. I'm speaking in support of 10B and 14B. Last week, Mayor Petty claimed he would be willing to protect the trans community of Worcester.
What is going on in the schools in Worcester, Massachusetts is what people should be asking right now.
When the time comes. The time is now. A common phrase from the counselors in debate last week is that we don't know what the future holds. I, along with anyone who has been paying any attention, would disagree. In just the 7 days since last city council meeting, Trump has continued taking action to erase any reference to trans people in federal scientific research. As others have pointed out last week, this is the same tactic the German government used many years ago. Last Wednesday, he also moved to ban transgender people from competing in sports at all costs. The federal government has shown time and time again they will not rest when it comes to the trans community. Are you going to keep delaying action until it's too late, until too much damage has been done to this city, or are you going to take action now? I promise you, the people of Worcester will not rest until you promise to keep us safe. I can tell many of you on the council are tired of hearing the same pleas over and over again. This will keep happening until you vote in favor of 14B, and you can fix that by voting tonight. I'd like to thank Councilors Nguyen, Hajai, and King for their unwavering support of the local queer community, as well as school committee member Sue Mailman, and to councilors like Colorio, who keep continuing to stall, who are willing to put countless lives at risk to avoid a completely theoretical cut to federal funding. You should be ashamed. Our safety is not for sale.
Ooh, I wonder what happened last week. It sounds like something good happened.
My name is Gary Hunter, and I'm part of District 5.
Hi, Gary.
Good to see you all, and welcome. But I would like to raise a problem. I would like to first talk about 14B and 16A. And in my opinion, Chair, with 16A, everybody gets a copy of the agenda on Friday. My opinion is you have time before the meeting to check and ask questions. So obviously somebody's not doing their job to find out what's going on before the meeting. There's no reason to stop that vote if they had done that. I'm in favor of 14B. You have already made Worcester a sanctuary city for immigrants. Were you not worried then that you might get cut off from funding? This is for a whole group of people in your city that are being abused. We need to vote on this, and we need to stop delaying votes. People are getting sick of this city council for delaying votes, and even the school committee last Thursday. We need to take a stand and vote on the original motion, and then if you want to do something else, do it. As far as there's a couple other ones here. There's 10A, and I think the city council has to look at transparency. Calling any problems into executive session is not doing that.
Mizakan says, that queer professor in an article, feminist thinkers are now tasked with dismantling models that conceive of sex and gender in as shameful and binary terms that subjugate sexual minorities and blah, 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 and advance the heterocentric values of late capitalism. It's even better than I thought it was, Mizakan. Can you send that to me in a DM? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You already have people that don't trust you. What we need to do is put everybody on the level and do it in city council where you can, so you're not talking behind people's backs.
Can you
I would say yes, please, for third party. We've gone through this. It's been a month. You still haven't, through the chair, I would like to say one thing.
Okay.
We have still not heard an apology. If I was in this situation and somebody told me that I did this, I would either
Could you wrap up
retire,
your comments, please?
and I would like, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. If I did that, I would either yell and scream that I didn't do it, or I would apologize the next day. So we need somebody, a third-party person, to apologize to.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Person.
Thank you.
Thanks, Reagan. I appreciate it.
Good evening.
Oh, a priest.
My name is Pastor Julie Payne Britton. I use the pronoun she and her, and I am disabled, cisgender lesbian.
Oh, yeah?
My wife and I moved here 2.5 years ago, and we live in West Tatnuck in Worcester. I am also the associate pastor of Hadwin Park Congregational Church in Worcester, which is an open and affirming UCC church. I am
United
here
Church
with
of
many
Christ.
others from Hadwin Park Church, asking you to vote yes for 10B, to investigate transphobia and a toxic council culture, and yes to 14B, to designate Worcester as a sanctuary city for trans, non-binary, and gender diverse people, and yes to the public apology, which we all are waiting for. Using the language of my faith, let me tell you this. The Jesus that I know would be right here in this gallery, lined up to speak during this public comment, standing in solidarity with the brave people here.
Oh.
The Jesus I know would be dressed in full drag and serving face.
What?
Or handsome as a trans man. Or
the Jesus I know would be dressed in full drag and serving face, or handsome as a trans man. Now, as a reminder, guys, queer Marxists don't want to abolish religion, they want to co-opt religion, and they're slowly co-opting a religion, and this is a pastor from the United Church of Christ, which is one of the most queer co-opted churches that there is. You should always be suspicious of the United Church of Christ, and I think you're now seeing why. This is not just in Worcester, Massachusetts. This is literally everywhere. We've watched it on the channel a million times before, and so I want people to know this is not like an anomaly. This is what the UCC is. Let's rewind and listen to that little moment again.
would be right here in this gallery, lined up to speak during this public comment, standing in solidarity with the brave people here. The Jesus I know would be dressed in full drag and serving face.
Okay. Okay.
Or handsome as a trans man.
Aha.
Or wrapped in the garb of a non-binary person who knows one gender is way too small to capture their gloriousness. The Jesus I know would be at this mic with a trembling voice and a shaking body and tears that will not be held back, crying, "Make this city safe for my child." Jesus always shows up on the side of the vulnerable, and today that is us. Where are you going to show up? On the side of the vulnerable and the marginalized, taking a stand against the evil coming out of Washington? Or are you going to betray us? Hadwin Park and the good
not
people
emotional
here
blackmail, is
urge
it?
you to use your power and your privilege in a righteous way.
Oh my
And to
God.
do your part to make this city a place where vulnerable and marginalized people can thrive. Tonight, please vote yes on 10B and 14B and on all the other equity issues you're discussing.
Can you wrap up, please?
In the name of Jesus, I thank you.
That just got better. Just got better. Oh, she's disabled too. That just got better and better and better.
Sue Mailman, Worcester resident, and I am on the school committee.
Oh, good, Sue. Oh, good.
And I just...
School committee.
If I think back 10 months, it's great to see two, by the way. I'm glad that you're here. It is, if we think back 10 months and imagine that we would be in this discussion and we wouldn't be enthusiastically supporting and investigating any issues that were non-supportive of our fellow colleagues, we would be shocked. There is one reason that...
So basically what I'm kind of sussing out, and please let me know if you know more information about this than I do, because there may be people from Worcester watching. So if you know more, please let me know. But what I'm kind of sussing out is it seems as though there was a city council member who spoke up against making Worcester a sanctuary city under the premise of, we're not going to get our federal funding if we do this. And now the rest of the city council is not only like throwing it in that person's face by saying, not only are we going to ignore your opinion, we're going to investigate you for having the opinion that maybe we shouldn't do this to protect our federal funding. So it seems as though there's like retribution at hand where they're trying to pass something to do an internal investigation over transphobia in the city council because someone said maybe we don't want to be a sanctuary city and lose our federal funding. That's kind of my understanding of the situation. Again, if anyone knows any more information about it, let me know.
We've had 4 nights of meetings, and that's because we're not addressing the elephant in the room. I was shocked at schools that we could not get something done. Mayor, I don't know about you, but I have the emails that we have received from families and parents.
How do you get me on Joe Rogan? I doubt that's ever going to happen, but I don't know. Contact them and tell them you want me. I don't know. I have retired from trying to get on shows. If someone wants to interview me, maybe, but like I don't even try to do that stuff anymore. I just do my own thing. So if you guys want me to be on a show, go tell the people on the show. I'm not going to chase down influencers and kiss the asses of influencers. If they want to talk to me, they can.
Parents and people are heartbreaking, and we've got to listen to this community, and you can right the ship tonight by supporting an investigation, by listening to these folks, and let's move forward. And on the charter, it cracks me up that we have a letter from Mike Traynor dated October 14th, and this is almost February 14th, saying that, okay, here's the process for going forward for a charter review. So we wasted 4 months. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leighton Jones, and I am a resident of Worcester, living in District 2. I'm a non-binary individual, and I use they/them pronouns. I'm also a social worker and a therapist who works primarily with the queer population.
Oh, good.
I'm here today to speak in support of item 14B, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. There are innumerable statements I can make in support of this item. However, today I will be speaking only on one small facet of how this item directly affects my life. As a social worker licensed under the ASWB, I am required to adhere to certain ethical principles. Today, I would like to highlight 3 of our 6 principles and how a failure to declare Worcester a sanctuary city directly impacts my ability to do my job effectively and ethically. These principles are: 1, a social worker's primary goal is to help people in need and address social problems. 2, social workers challenge social injustice. And 3, social workers respect the inherent dignity and worth of a person. A refusal to declare Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people is in direct contrast to these social work principles. If the city I work in, let alone live in, cannot plainly state that the queer community is safe here, I cannot safely and effectively do my job. To engage in the full breadth of my work, I need city officials' unwavering support of the LGBTQIA community and a statement that the queer community is safe within our city limits. As a queer citizen of Worcester, as a queer social worker employed in Worcester, as a queer person who spends their money in Worcester,
Thank you.
as a queer person who votes in Worcester, I implore the council to support item 14B. Please commit to this statement of safety, not only to protect the efficacy of my career, but also to protect the lives and well-being of myself, my clients, and the LGBTQIA community at large. Thank you.
Does it work?
Yep.
Oh, it does work.
Say your name and where you're from.
Oh, wait, what?
Say your name, where you're from.
Oh, my name is Axel and I'm from Worcester. I've been noticing people here are trying to control the rights of others, and that's not right. We should make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans people. Everybody deserves to feel safe, and everybody needs to feel safe. I've lived here for 4 years, and there hasn't really been any changes in how people feel safe in the city. My birthday is this Saturday, and all I want is peace and for you to vote yes. Please don't let me down for my birthday. There's a lot of queer people that I love. And to Candy Carlson, you should know to never call someone I'm 7 and I know better. The kids are watching and we're ready to vote you out.
I want to thank people in the chat, Sam, for reminding people we don't make fun of kids on this channel, ever, because kids are victims of this ideology. That was heartbreaking. Can we watch that again? This child was coached by their parent to do this. I just want to listen because, like, you know, the parent wrote that and coached the child, and they practiced on how to do this. Wow. As a virtue signal. Let's see. Oh, God. What is the likelihood that the father is trans?
Yep.
Oh, it does work.
Say your name and where you're from.
Oh, wait, what?
Say your name, where you're from.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
this is
name
a
is Axel,
groomed
and I'm
kid.
from Worcester. I've been noticing.
By the way, this is what grooming actually looks like in most cases. In most cases, grooming actually has nothing to do with sexualizing children. This is what it looks like. And this is stuff that Trump can't sign away with an executive order.
People here are trying to control the rights of others, and that's not right. We should.
Yo, this is a great point, Liquid Marble. The shirt says land back and the USA flag is upside down. That kid doesn't know what land back means.
Make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans people. Everybody deserves to feel safe, and everybody needs to feel safe. I've lived here for 4 years, and there hasn't really been any changes in how people feel safe in the city. My birthday is this Saturday, and all I want is peace and for you to vote yes. Please don't let me down for my birthday. There's a lot of queer people that I love, and to Candy Carlson, you should know to never call someone I'm 7 and I know better. The kids are watching and we're ready to vote you out.
Wow. That's so insane.
Hello, my name's Antonio. I'm a resident of District 5. I just want to say that I am hoping and wishing that the city that is so welcoming and loving to people would continue on that path and vote yes for 14B. And I yield the rest of my time, so the next time Mayor Petty thinks to say to wrap it up, he'll give someone some more time. Thank you.
My name is Kirsten Frazier. I am a resident of Worcester, and I'm also an educator of students at North High. I teach students who are multilingual. English is a new language. I come to you tonight with a number of things. I'm definitely supporting 8L. It is important that we have empathetic and knowledgeable people to help provide the unhoused with supports and helpful information. Like somebody else said, nothing about us without us. Also, I am very much against 10A. There is no point in being secretive about public complaints. Bringing things into executive session only reinforces the good old boy network, and we're above that as a city. I definitely support 10B. Again, this is asking the city council to take something seriously. We need to acknowledge the need for transparency and the fact that we need to move beyond our system, the old systems of suppression and ignorance. And moving forward is painful. Yes, we know this, but it is also healing. And by the way, we do still need those apologies. Thank you very much. Definitely in favor of 10F and G because, again, transparency is a big thing. 11A, of course, we need to continue celebrating Black History Month because in spite of what's coming down from Washington, We all know that we all exist and we all need to be recognized for our existence. Which leads me into 14B. Mayor Petty, you told me on Thursday last week that you were listening. You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
2 of them
You're
are
listening
trans.
to respond and recall.
Okay.
And this goes for most of
Yeah,
the council.
sure.
That's a good political skill, but it's not listening to understand. You have had countless people coming here before you with this entire last month and previously as well, courageously testifying about their pain, their fear, no, not just their fear, their abject terror about what's going on in this country today and the way that everybody is feeling targeted. But you have not heard. You have not understood at what people have been telling you. You have not tried to put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
You wrap up your
You have
comments,
not
please.
shown an ounce of empathy. Rather, you have ignored and discounted our pain and made us feel less than. If Worcester truly is a welcoming city, put action behind those words tonight and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Good evening.
Oh my.
My name is Kayla. I'm a transgender Worcester resident of District 3, Ward 5, and I'm here representing Worcester DSA in support of 14B.
Oh, wait,
We stand in full-
You're from where? You're from where now? You know, this is why we never just watch clips, guys. First of all, I don't think that priest was in, or the pastor woman, that pastor woman I don't even think was in the clip that got posted publicly. So they just skipped over like the best thing so far. And then, of course, they would never put in the clips, oh, I'm part of the DSA or like whatever, because they never talk about that part of it. It's like, this is why you always watch the whole video. You don't just watch the clips on YouTube because the whole video is so much better. Yeah, they're in the Worcester DSA. Never could have seen that coming.
I'm a transgender Worcester resident of District 3, Ward 5, and I'm here representing Worcester DSA in support of 14B. We stand in full solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community. We support every instance of working people fighting for their rights, and we're staunchly against the erasure of queer identities. Whether the City Council decides to admit it tonight or not, queer people aren't going anywhere. In recent years, we've all witnessed an alarming rise in the attacks on marginalized communities, none more so than LGBT individuals, and especially transgender and non-binary individuals. The Trump administration's executive orders, which seek to dismantle protections against discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation, are part of a broader campaign to strip away the rights of dignity of the most vulnerable among us. Every working class person, regardless of their gender or sexual identity, deserves to live with dignity and the freedom to be themselves. They deserve health care. They deserve discrimination protections at work. They deserve to participate in the public sphere without fear. It's only right that, that Worcester makes a clear statement affirming that we will protect our own. Anything less is a concession to injustice and an endorsement of oppression. But more than that, this resolution would be a crucial step in building society rooted in solidarity, justice, and equality. As socialists, we believe that liberation of the oppressed will not come from the top down, but from the bottom up. Thanks. It is the duty of our communities to protect one another, to ensure that no one is left behind or silenced in the face of bigotry. We want this to be a step towards building, with our own hands, a future where everyone, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, race, or class, can live free from desperation, fear, and discrimination. I encourage anyone in this room who shares these values, believes in fighting for a world where working people of every identity can live
wrap up,
fully and
please?
freely, to join us in this fight.
Thank you.
So, real quick, everyone is here today to stand for justice, and it's only right that we demand our city councilors do the same. We stand with our transgender and non-binary siblings, stand with our queer and questioning youth. We stand with all those who have been made to feel less than or invisible in the eyes of the state.
Thank
so
you.
please declare our city a sanctuary city for LGBTQ individuals. Thank you.
Snaps, girl. Snaps. Stunning and brave. stunning and brave. Andre, thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Sam asked a question. Sam says, talking about the DSA, are we going to start looking into them again? We have to keep an eye on the DSA now because the DSA is going to be where the disaffected Democrats are like most likely to end up. So we have to know what the DSA is doing, even though the DSA really isn't all that interesting most of the time. Whatever. Ooh, normal white guy. Okay. What's your deal? I want someone to be against it.
Good evening. My name is William Jacob Houston, and I've been a resident of Worcester, educated in the public school here. Well, I'm old, so for a long time. I'm here tonight
Hey, thanks,
despite
Annie.
being
Appreciate it.
afraid and
Aw,
fearful.
This poor guy. I feel bad
And
for
the
making
last
fun of him now.
and only time that I have been at the city council meeting when I was recognized for my contributions of public service to the community.
This poor guy.
Helping underserved people. And tonight I'm here for a different reason. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, this poor guy. No one make fun of him, please. There's just some things you shouldn't make fun of, okay? Come on. Be a human.
My husband and I have
Oh, he's gay.
experienced firsthand in this city what happens when public officials and those in power don't help when urgent concerns of safety are brought to the attention of the city.
I just said don't make fun of him. I'm not joking around.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We had a fire at our house in 2020.
There are a lot of gay people that they're not queer, they're not leftists, but they know what it's like to be made fun of for something that they don't feel like they can control. Okay? And so a lot of them will align with the queer community because they don't understand what it is, and they just don't want people to have to go through what they went through. And so I bet you that's what's going on here, is this guy has had a real hard time. And this guy, you know, has a husband that he loves, and this guy probably got made fun of not only for being weird and having a stutter and all these things, but also for being gay, and I bet that kind of really sucked. And whether or not you agree with his choices or what you think about it, I think we can all identify with sometimes things really suck in life, and we wouldn't like it if other people made fun of us for our things that really suck, and maybe sometimes we should just rein it the F in. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying people can't have fun or joke around or have a good time, but like when you're making jokes at people's expenses like this, I don't mean to give a lecture, but it's really fucking gross, and I don't like it. Okay? I don't like there are some people you don't punch down on.
And we've seen what happens when protections are just assumed, that they should just somehow magically be enforced, and people like us are left to fend for ourselves. I'm not here to talk about our plight. I'm here because I felt. I'm sorry. I feel I had to come tonight. So that Worcester has an opportunity now to pass real enforceable protections, not a symbolic gesture or watered down policy. Actions that make a difference in the lives of people's lives. I really think the original motion should be voted on as written. Weakened versions. They won't provide the safeguards. I'm gay.
It pisses me off so much that people are used like this. It's just like, you know, the queer ideology, the real queer activists, they prey on people who are weird and different and don't fit in. And they provide them a place to go. They provide them a community where they can be themselves and they're accepted and people say nice things to them and they have friends and they have a social circle. These people don't start out as queer anarchists that are like plotting to undo our entire social system. That's not where it starts. It starts with, I'm weird, I don't fit in, and I have nowhere to go, and this is the only group of people who will be nice to me. That's where it starts. And then they bring them into their subcultures and they bring them into their communities, and I've been undercover at these events. They treat you well. They make you want to feel involved. They like, and it doesn't matter what you look like, and it doesn't matter if you have a stutter, and it doesn't matter how much you weigh, and no one is ever, it doesn't matter what clothes you're wearing, it doesn't matter if you have like a weird name or a weird thing or some sort of fucking ailment. It doesn't matter. You're treated, and I know this sounds weird, but again, remember, this is a world that is targeting the weird. That's part of what queer is. And so my guess is, and I've never been directly in queer anarchist communities, but I'm positing as a psychologist about what's going on, is the weird people feel more normal around the queer community than they do around so-called normal people, because when they're in the queer world, like, they don't have to get made fun of and they don't have to feel bad. And people treat them beyond what they look like. And I know that people are saying, you know, they're useful to them. Well, no, but this is the entire queer community. This is what built this community. We know this. So are there people driving it? Yeah, but those are the people that have been in the community for a long time. They were once new too. They once had to get brought in too. So you've got all these weird people that only feel like they're being treated like a normal human being. They're being treated just like everyone else when they're in this queer social subculture, because the normal people just give them fucking shit all the time. I can understand why something like that might be appealing. You know, growing up, I never wanted to be a fucking cheerleader. I wanted to play baseball with the boys, is what I wanted. I wanted more than anything to like play baseball on the boys' team. And you know what? I was actually not that bad. I know people don't believe this about me because like I'm like, you know, I feel like I weigh like too much for some people's sensibilities now. But like when I was younger, I was a really good athlete. I was the girl that got picked in gym ahead of the boys. And all I wanted to do was play baseball with the boys. I didn't want to be a fucking girl. I didn't want to do any of that stuff. And because of that, you know, I was part of a certain crowd. I mean, I was also in band. I was like a band geek. I was like really, really into it. And so I was like with a certain crowd in school. I wasn't part of the cool kids club. I wasn't part of the popular clique or whatever. And, you know, I don't regret that at all, but I can absolutely understand being an outsider and kind of looking at the so-called normal people and being like, I wish I could be treated like them. And then you add on top of that, now they have a place to go where they can be treated like them. You can understand how that could be appealing to people, right? And it has nothing to do with politics. The politics comes second to the subculture. I played clarinet, Paula, I will have you know, and I was really good, and I was in all these like state things, and I almost went to school for it, and all that stuff. I also taught myself how to play saxophone at some point because I was bored, and my brother played the saxophone, but he didn't actually ever use it, and so I stole it and taught myself how to play that, and then I started joining jazz band and going to jazz band festivals and things like that, and then at some point, I had my wisdom teeth out, and I taught myself how to play the drums because I couldn't bite down on the mouthpiece, and so I marched in the band playing drums, which like sucked way worse than I ever thought it would, but that was another thing. I also learned how to play piano at some point. I learned how to play a whole bunch of stuff. All right. I still have my letter jacket with my music thing on it. Huh. Fun times. It's actually in that closet right next to me. Anyway, my point is this. People wonder how like these types of like activists are created. Where do all these weird people come from? They start with the weird people in school and they bring them into this social circle where they feel normal. And do you know what could stop a lot of this stuff? If conservative fucking retards would just stop making fun of people for 5 fucking seconds. Honestly. Now, I mean, I guess you're going to say kids are cruel and kids are always going to make fun of people. Okay, I mean, I guess that's fine. But it's not as though the adults online, at least, are role models of what behavior should look like. And I really do think that a lot more people are pushed to the far left than people realize just because they are sick of being made fun of and they just want to feel normal. And you know what? Maybe we could all do a better job of that. That's all I'm saying. It would probably solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, gray areas in policy leave people vulnerable, and Worcester must take a clear stand and pass measures that can't be ignored or reinterpreted. The vote is more than words. It's about action. It's about ensuring that policies have meaning. The protections are real. No one's left unprotected because hesitation. I know what it was like to fight for just safety, the safe living environment, and being ignored. And I don't want others in Worcester in the schools, the children, to face that same reality. So I urge you to vote on the original motion. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. So next speaker.
Look, the guy with the pigtails is about to cry. Oh God, another kid?
Hi, my name is Lisa Stoddard. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm also work at WPI, teach at WPI.
Of course,
and I
Worcester
volunteer
Polytech.
in our public schools. As someone who's had the privilege to know and work with queer youth, I feel sick to my stomach and heartbroken knowing what they're hearing from the federal government and in the media, as they're told that their gender identity is not recognized or respected, and that they cannot play the sport that they love when they get to college.
Is that a trans
Last
kid?
week at school committee, I felt so proud and moved by our representatives as they spoke for almost 30 minutes in support of protecting and representing queer youth so they can thrive in the Worcester Public Schools. Then in the next second, I heard as they stripped the motion of all meeting, while youth around me were upset, confused, asking why our representatives would say that they would support trans and queer youth and then vote no. Tonight, you have the opportunity to show us and the youth of our city that you will truly respect and represent us. Thank you.
At least they didn't make the kid talk that time.
Good evening. I would ask that you folks who have not given your eyes to the speakers, give your eyes to the speaker. We see you.
Okay. You direct your comments to the chair, please.
My legal name is Olivia D'Ambrosio. My public name is Livy Scanlon. My wife and I own a home in the Canal District at 48 Water Street. We got married in Worcester. We pay taxes in Worcester. She holds a bachelor's and a master's from Clark, and I am an employee of the Hanover Theater, serving specifically as managing director of the Jean McDonough Arts Center. Tonight, I am speaking to you as a gender diverse person to implore you to support 14B, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for people like me. I continue to ask for your eyes. Interestingly, right before coming here, I called my mother. Many of you have children. My mother said to me, "Please be careful. I love you, and I'm proud of you." How many of us have to come before you tonight to ask that you simply make us feel a little bit safer? Why is that so much to ask? Why? You don't have to change your personal beliefs. You don't have to be gender diverse. If you don't want to be in a gay marriage, you don't have to be in one. You just have to exercise an iota of empathy, an iota of imagination. You have to imagine being me and my wife, fearing that our marriage rights will be stripped away at any moment. You have to imagine being my mom, afraid for her child to make public comment at a city council meeting in Massachusetts, in the United States of America.
This is a little much, isn't it?
What is holding you back from even looking at me?
Can you wrap up your comments too when you have a chance?
And why?
Because you're annoying?
What do you gain from me and all of these people, all of these residents of your city, our city, losing another night's sleep? What do you gain?
Thank you.
I'd just like to echo that my mom also raised similar concerns, rightfully so, unfortunately. My name is Annie Kaplan. I am a Worcester educator speaking in support of Action 14B. So Worcester was starting to have its true LGBT renaissance from all our LGBT-owned businesses, our awesome activists, our performers in Worcester. We just sent a team to the biggest LGBT plus sporting event in the world for the first time. People have been moving to Worcester because they know that it's a safer place. And I've been so proud and excited to be a part of it. With LGBT plus people's rights under attack, we've been feeling, though, incredibly abandoned and sickened by this council's inaction on protecting our trans neighbors. How can we expect our non-LGBT neighbors to be in support of us when our own local government is not? It's shocking and deplorable that our own local government does not have the back of our community. Trans and gender diverse neighbors, especially our migrant population and our transgender youth, we need you to take the power to take a stand. We are not asking for special treatment. We are demanding the basic rights and safety that every individual deserves. Thanks.
Oh my. Oh.
Joshua Croak. I'm a resident of District 2.
Hi, Joshua.
I'm the founder of Love Your Labels that works with queer and trans youth and families in our community.
Love Your Labels.
You've heard from me every week for the past
Hang on.
month.
Can someone look up, I don't know if Bot or Reagan are here. Can someone look up Love Your Labels? Is that what he said?
District 2. I'm the founder of Love Your Labels that works with queer and trans
Love Your Labels. Okay, hang on. I'm going to look that up on my phone.
youth and families in our community. You've heard from me every week for the past
for
month.
Real. Hey, Reagan, thank you.
And it is an extremely emotional
thank you.
and taxing thing to stand up here as someone, as part of the trans and gender diverse community, and hear the stories of so many young people, the people that love them, come to this body and ask for an acknowledgement, a recognition, and a specific request to recognize that when the President of the United States, in his inauguration speech, says that you do not exist, that it should matter at our local level. It demands a response from our elected officials to say, we recognize that you are under attack, and in Worcester, we are going to protect you. We are going to use every law and policy possible to make sure that you are going to be safe here. We will not cooperate with a federal government that seeks to erase and minimize and kill you. Because I sit with young people, and let me tell you, sitting with a 9-year-old child or a 14-year-old child who says, I'm scared to come out at home. I don't know how I'm going to be supported in school. What's going on at the city? Those are the people that we in the community go back and talk to and say, I'm so sorry that our elected officials are not standing up for you in the way that you are asking. And through the chair to the council, when you have over 50 members of, when you have so many people of this community, I said 50 because I wrote this weeks ago, it's hundreds of people, hundreds of people in this city are showing up, and they're sharing their life with you, the harms that we've experienced, the fears that we have, and our response is, let's check the legality of supporting these people. It is shameful when you say in remarks that these voices matter, but so do the 200,000 other residents of the city. You've separated us and feel that our lives, our safety, and our place in this community as queer and trans people is negotiable.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, I will wrap up in one moment, Mayor Petty. When you state that you feel you've always made Worcester a welcoming place for everyone, but you have had week after week now hundreds of people tell you about a different experience and given you actionable steps to make amends, a public apology, an investigation, you have fallen short. I hope the council claims Worcester a sanctuary city and does a lot better. Thank you.
Stunning and brave, Queen. Stunning and brave. Can I just have one person against it? Just one.
My name is Fianna Jatansing. I'm a Worcester resident, Worcester voter. I am in support of the item 14B, 14G, 10G, 11A. It is Black History Month. We should recognize that. But also, this should be a sanctuary city for LGBTQ, for our migrant communities. It was already a gateway city. I don't understand why we can't move forward with making this a sanctuary city. You guys, it's through the chair, act like a puppet theater. You say one thing and you vote a different way. You need to back up your actions with the votes that you've already voted on an apology, but yet you haven't made it. You guys need to, through the chair, you need to think about other people. Think about how your actions affect other people. You are elected by the people of the city. The people have spoken, and you guys seem to want to ignore them. Please move forward with making this a sanctuary city for them. Thank you.
Boring.
Hi, I've never come up and spoken at a city council meeting before. My name's Nicole Jameson. I have lived in Worcester my whole life. I have 5 children, and I do a lot of volunteer work with the youth, and I just don't understand why we're even here. Why are we not supporting our LGBTQ? Why is it so hard to make a decision? I've been doing hair for 25 years. I've had thousands and thousands of people sit in my chair, and it's the same people who don't vote, who have secrets.
Yeah, I just want to point this out. I was told today by a conservative that these people are not to be worried about, and then he called me a commie pussy, but they were too afraid to actually type pussy, and they used a cat emoji. Yeah. Yep. Yep. You know, conservatives believe, for some reason, that just because Trump got elected, that this doesn't exist anymore. This happened last night. And you're going to say, well, it's in Massachusetts, Carlin. That's a blue state. Okay, fine. But I can give you examples of this happening in red states. It just so happens that we have an entertaining video from Massachusetts that's a little bit extra, but we can show you queer Marxism in every single state, and that's what this is. This is an aggressive example of queer Marxism. So it's really overt. It's not always this overt. It doesn't mean it's not happening. And, you know, people are going to get what they get. I have been saying this for, I have been, listen, people might say that, Carlin, this is because you spend all your time researching queer stuff, because I want to write a book on the evolution of queer ideology. That's like one of the next big projects I want to do. And so I've been researching this stuff. I mean, really deep dives into it. And we've been doing a lot of this stuff on stream. And so people might say, well, Carlin, just because you have your head in it all the time. I mean, maybe there could be a case for that just because I've seen so much of it. I might have my head in it way too much. But I really strongly believe that we haven't even begun to feel the real pain from this ideology yet. Because it's really, this ideology is relatively new. This ideology started after a lot of this stuff. It got cultivated, kind of like came out in the 70s. It got really cultivated in the 80s. It like kind of started peaking in the 90s. And now what happened in the 80s and 90s is influencing the queer activists today. It is still an extremely young movement. And you're not going to sign this away with an executive order. And what these people are doing is they're actually building these subcultures. Like I talked about earlier, they're building these subcultures that they're then moving kids into through the public schools. And yes, Trump's order about saying there's only a man and a woman and you can't teach people non-binary, that will actually help, but it's not going to stop them, because this stuff really perpetuated in the 80s outside of public schools. They know how to grow it outside of public schools. What is the point I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is that I think that this ideology fucks us in 10 to 15 years. Very, very badly, because what is going on is they are creating a world in which they are teaching significant portions of the population that gender does not exist. And they're teaching it in a way where they're teaching it so young that once you learn it, you don't unlearn it. So we're growing up an entire generation of kids where a really significant amount of them do not believe that gender is binary. They just don't believe it. And it is completely outside of their experience. And so that's why they're looking at something like Trump's executive order and they're saying, what the fuck is this? And they're getting really mad about it. It's not because they're insane. It's because they have literally grown up with this idea. This is why we don't make fun of kids on this channel. Because kids have literally been a victim of this ideology since they were 5 years old in schools. They have not been taught anything differently. This is not a case of mental illness. This is our failure to stop this problem significantly earlier, manifesting itself in an almost unmanageable reality where now they literally just don't believe it because it was not what they were taught in schools. I was taught a lot of things in schools that turned out to be wrong. I probably still don't know the full extent of it. And guess what? So were you. We were all propagandized to in the public schools. This is part of why that system needs to be just completely dismantled. It is not fixable. But some propaganda is more harmful than others. That type of propaganda is some of the most harmful because it gets at the very pillars that are holding up society. But it's also true that most of us will never know the full extent that we were propagandized to because we don't even think to question it. We were told it so many times. So there are things that every single one of us believe because we were taught it in public schools that is just factually wrong. But we haven't gone down the road to look into it yet because we just haven't thought about it. It hasn't been impacting our lives. It was something stupid that we learned that never had any impact on anything. So we still believe that thing is true because we've never thought to question it. We've never thought to reverse engineer everything. And I know why, because reverse engineering things sucks. I basically spent the last 4 years of my life trying to reverse engineer reality. After waking up to the fact that I was lied to. Once you wake up to the fact that you were lied to once, by the way, it gets easier after that. So really, there is some hope in that, right? Because if we can get people to wake up to one time that they've been lied to, the really smart ones keep pulling the yarn of the sweater. They keep pulling it, and so things keep unraveling. That's exactly what happened with me. I went from questioning, why are these insane people taking over my knitting community and ruining everything, to, are Republicans really that bad? To, is Trump really that bad? To, oh shit, Trump is good and the left is actually crazy. And then you just keep unraveling from there. And eventually I got to the point where, oh wait, conservatives are exactly the same as Democrats. Oh my God, conservatives suck just as bad. Are you telling me conservatives don't really believe the things they claim to believe? Wow, like that's a whole new revelation. Oh, you're telling me both parties are the same. You're telling me that the entire system is fucking corrupt. You're telling me that everyone that has ever been in a position of any sort of authority, they've been hand-selected by the system to be lifted up, to push whatever political narrative that someone has been trying to push. And then you go down the World War II route, and then it really fucks with you. And there's probably many other things, too, that I can reverse engineer. But the point is that, like, you know, most people don't do that. Most people don't even get over the first hurdle. If you can get them over the first hurdle, it unravels quicker after that, but they still need to get over that first hurdle. And I don't know how we fix the problem where a significant amount of younger people have been taught from the time they were 5 years old that gender is not a real thing. It's not as simple as signing an executive order. And a lot of people are starting to ignore this stuff because they think Trump has fixed everything. And I promise you, he has not.
And dabble and have fun. I'm really like confused as why it's so hard to make a decision to make it a sanctuary in Worcester for the LGBTQ. And I just want to stand up for my friends, my family, and say, like, come on, guys, let's get the ball moving. Let's do our jobs. Let's keep everybody safe.
When are we going to watch Europa? You know, listen, Europa has falsehoods in it as well. It does. Europa is not entirely accurate either. Everyone lies. Everyone lies on both sides. We will watch Europa at some point, though. I know I keep promising. I do actually want to do that. I just had to finish my book, okay? So let me relax. Hey, Vashil, thank you. I was taught that you can flush tampons by public school and found out in college by a boyfriend's parent that you cannot. I was gaslit. You were wronged, Vashil. You were wrong. I'm sorry I snapped at you yesterday, girl. Welcome back. Thank you for the super chat.
And let's cut the bullshit.
Man. Yeah, let's cut the bullshit. True.
Good evening. My name is Giuliano Durazio. I am a District 2 resident. I am also a board member of Love Your Labels, and I'm a full-time
Love Your
working
Labels.
artist, musician here in Worcester. There have been so many wonderful comments in support of my community, and I echo many of them. I could go on about the amazing students I work with who have to fight so hard for their safety. I could go on about the contributions of my community to the arts. And
Shit, who'd I snap at yesterday? Had a name like yours. Okay, well, I'm not sorry then. I didn't snap at you. I'm not sorry. I take it back.
Culture of the city. However, through the chair to the council, my statement to you tonight is in direct response.
I definitely snapped at Milo, but there was someone else too because Milo was pissing me off. But I'm going to give Milo his wrench back when he comes back. I took Milo's wrench away yesterday. I was possibly a little too severe. I'm going to give him his wrench back, but he has to come back. He has to earn it back by showing up.
To the reason this item was held last week. I did some research. The 10th Amendment prevents federal government from forcing states or cities to enforce federal laws, including immigration policies or queer protections, by withholding funds. This is backed by the anti-commandeering doctrine, which says states and localities are not required to carry out federal policies, and the spending clause, which limits how the federal government can attach conditions to funding. Courts have ruled against attempts to revoke funding over sanctuary city policies in City of Chicago versus Sessions in 2018, New York versus DOJ in 2019. Courts blocked the Trump administration from withholding law enforcement grants, ruling that such actions exceeded the executive power. Bottom line, the federal government can set funding conditions, but it can't broadly punish cities by revoking funds just because they don't comply with federal policies. We've seen women's rights stripped away, and it's been made explicitly clear that ours are next on the chopping block. We are only asking for your protection. Your compassion will cost you nothing.
Snaps, girl. Snaps. Oh, goodness. Old gay guy.
John Provost, Worcester. I want to speak against these 14B and these other amendments, Mr. Mayor.
Ooh.
Simply because, okay, let me give you my background. I'm legally blind. And when I was, born and brought up in the schools, and I got picked on a lot, and I grew up in doing menial jobs, and so I never amounted to anything and never got a mate. Well, you know what, Mayor? That is called natural selection. And you can make all the proclamations you want. You can make all the rules and whatever you want, but you cannot change nature.
Yo!
Yeah, go ahead and finish. Okay.
No. That's all. Thank you.
Yes! Yes, old man! We salute you!
It's hard to follow up on eugenics, but...
Absolute
My name is
Chad.
Caden Davis. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a Worcester resident.
Trans.
And once again, like all of us, I'm standing before you, demanding, no longer asking, for my humanity to be recognized. Over the last several weeks, you have heard from hundreds of people calling for this city to affirm its values and to take a stand for what is right. And yet, here we are again, another week, still pleading, still fighting for basic dignity. But this week, I want to be crystal clear. This is no longer a request. This is a demand. You were elected to serve the people of this city, not to sit in comfort while we beg for protection. You work for us, not for your own self-interest, not for political convenience, not for the comfort of the powerful. And I will keep coming back here over and over and over and over, again, reminding you of that for as long as it takes. In addition to declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for queer and trans people, I'm also demanding, once again, as is the theme, that you deliver a public apology to Councillor Nguyen and launch an independent investigation into this council. Stop using procedural delays and excuses. The fact that there is still a sitting councillor who used a slur in the first place is beyond me.
It is disgraceful, and your inaction speaks volumes about what you are willing to tolerate in this chamber. The uncomfortable reality is that under this administration, under this moment in history, like so many others, we are required to do things that will put targets on our backs if we want to do what is right. That includes you. If you're too afraid to take that stand, if you're more concerned with optics than with people's lives, then let me be crystal clear again, you're failing this city. Stop being cowards, do the right thing, declare this city a sanctuary city, issue Councillor Nguyen a public apology, and launch an investigation into this council, and do it now.
This is so great. This is everything I wanted. Oh gosh.
I just want to mention, to comment on something that someone said just a couple speakers ago, natural selection is not a way to run a society, and it's crazy that we have to say that. Hello, council members. My name is Bryn. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm a trans woman. I was born here in Worcester County. I've lived here all my life, and this is my home. And I love this city because in this city, I find my sanctuary. My relationship with my family is complicated, and I imagine a lot of grown queer people here can relate to that. So many of us, we've built a home here, we forged relationships and found community here, and that's something that's so special. It's so special to anyone who's never had community before, or those who've once had and then lost that. And not because of anything that they did really, but because they've just found a way to truly love themselves. And those that should have protected them, rejected them for it. That said, it warms my soul to see and hear so many passionate people here tonight, but I wish they didn't have to be here. I wish that none of us had to fucking be here tonight, sorry.
Very
I work
ladylike.
hard to build a life that I want to live, and I will not let it be taken from me without a fight. Before I go on, I gotta say it's really all just so stupid, because like, why are there people who take such an issue with trans and queer people? It never seems to me to be anything much deeper than either an unfamiliarity molded into something vaguely hostile or very deep insecurity. But I digress. We live in very uncertain times, and it's getting worse. I like to err on the side of caution, and I think we ought to prepare for the worst as a community, as a city. Trans people are not merely the tip of the iceberg, by the way. The same people who would have trans and queer people disappear from public life or worse have been putting men and women and children in detention centers for decades in the so-called land of liberty. Based on the arbitrary existence of what amounts to a slip of paper. We're already quite far along this dark road. The mask is off. Our enemies, the fascists in the US government, rely on the strategy of divide and conquer and
The fascists in the US government, you say. For people who are unaware, if this is like your first time watching real socialism, people like this who are queer and narco-communists want to overthrow the federal government because they believe that the government is a capitalist government. When they said fascist, they really mean capitalist government. That is their goal, is to overthrow it. They, them is not just talking about Trump. They, them is talking about the entire government. And isn't it amazing? And I was thinking this, oh shoot. Why did you go all the way back like that? Okay. I was thinking this earlier when this person was talking. It's like, for people who watch queer Marxism with me and we read this stuff together, like, isn't it funny how they all have the same cadence with which they speak? They all have that very kind of like flowy way in which they speak. It's like they're kind of like doing like a poetry jam thing. They do this all the time. This is not just this one person. This is how they speak in like their everyday lives. And it's just very interesting because they all have that same type of like tone and inflection, and I don't know why that is exactly. We're gonna keep watching for a while. Yeah, this is great.
divide and divide and divide, they will till no one is left. We must stand united. You, council members, each of you know what is right, and I urge you to pass Resolution 14B and 10B. Now is the time.
Sign.
Hello, I'm Shannon Curtin. I'm here in support of 14B. I'm a citizen of Worcester, an activist, a pediatric ICU nurse down the road at UMass, and most importantly, an out loud and proud bisexual. And I'm here to demand that you declare Worcester a sanctuary city for queer, genderqueer, and trans folks. I found my identity in Worcester in 2013 when I moved here to attend nursing school at Worcester State. My roommate was the first semi-closeted person I ever knew. She was confident in her sexuality despite everything and everyone in her life telling her not to be what she was. She and Worcester gave me a place to find myself safely. You have a chance to continue that legacy for generations to come. So that brings me to a few questions for you, Worcester City Council. Why did you get this job? Did you want to help people? Do you know any queer or trans people? Do you love any queer or trans people?
No.
In 2025, there are so many more of us out, so I hope you have the pleasure
actually not true.
of knowing and loving us. And I need you to know that you have a chance to defend us. The best and worst part of what's happening right now in our country is that we have a playbook. We know they come for our trans brothers and sisters next. We know they come for our queer neighbors, teachers, and friends. I urge you not to follow legality, as legality is a fragile, ever-changing thing. Morality is a much better guide, and I consider a gift to humanity. You have the chance to follow your morality. You have the chance to be one of the last lines of defense for queer and trans people in this city. Isn't that the kind of mark you want to leave on history? Declaring Worcester a sanctuary city is your chance to make history. And for my last question, if you don't take a stand now, when they're ripping your queer loved ones from their homes, will you regret it then?
Oh my God! Wow. That, by the way, what that, we'll get to that in a second. By the way, what that blonde woman just said is actually directly out of the Antifa playbook. And I know that because last night for the Inner Circle podcast, I released an episode where I analyzed a document that was written by Antifa. It was released a couple weeks ago, where they're actively training people how to attack the police. They're actively training people to run towards the police. And one of the reasons they're doing this, and they literally say it in the first part, it's like, if we don't do this, we are all literally going to get dragged to concentration camps and die. And you can find that episode right now on my Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. It is a supporters-only podcast called The Inner Circle, where I read some hardcore crazy shit and we talk about it and we laugh about it. And you aren't going to believe some of the stuff that's mentioned in these things. And I'm really following a lot of the Antifa documents lately. I'm paying very close attention to the most militant arm of the far left. And they're putting out a lot of stuff. And so I've been reading and analyzing it on that podcast. Head over to my Substack if you want the link for it. You can also listen to it if you are a YouTube channel member or a Twitter subscriber. It's crazy. All right. What's this?
Laddie LaRouge, he, they, in drag, District 3. First, through the chair, I want to welcome back Councillor Nguyen and thank you for your bravery in taking space. Please, I only have so much time. Please, Joe's going to cut me off. In taking your space to heal from the bigotry you experienced in your role here and in calling in your colleagues to do better. We're all calling you in to do better. Through the chair, I'd also like to say, please do better. Council, I have given my testimony for weeks, and I want you to know that I do not want to be here. It's my day off. I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me. I want you to listen to me because it's my responsibility to stand up for these folks and for myself as a loud and proud queer artist in the city, as a drag parent, as a burlesque historian who knows that history is repeating itself. Censorship and slashing of our rights seems to be all too familiar. As a performer and producer of performance art in this artistic city, I am begging you to care. I am pleading with you to see the humanity in the artists who uplift your city and get people to come here and spend their money. Please vote vote yes on item 14B to make Worcester a sanctuary city. Please make a positive example for the rest of this divided country and stand by what you claim, Mayor Petty, that Worcester will always be a welcoming city. Much like being an ally, you can't just say that you are. You have to show up and do the work and apologize. And when you're wrong, be willing to get better and better yourselves for the betterment of the community. We are still waiting on an apology promised over 2 weeks ago from counselors. We are also waiting for you to condemn the usage of the slur "it." We shouldn't have to twist your arm for an apology you passed and you promised to us. We shouldn't have to play HR for our elected officials. So please also support, thank you. Please also support item 10B and work with us, the queer residents of Worcester and our allies, to hire a third-party intersectional equity expertise investigator to investigate what went down here. If you want to get better, apply yourself. We, the voters of Worcester, deserve better. Your colleagues deserve better. November is coming.
That was great. That was great on so many levels. It was mad. To be fair, there are some non-binary people that use its pronouns. I have gone undercover and talked to non-binary people that use its pronouns. So I'm just saying, wow. That was crazy. The apology is because one of the council members called another "it." The kid said it, but I needed a second confirmation. Based? Wow. And did you hear that person said that they have a drag kid? They said it really quick. They're in drag. Their kid's a drag kid. I cannot. I wonder how long this goes on for.
Danielle Killay, City of Worcester.
The origin, Andrew, I don't recognize you, so welcome to the channel if you're new here. Does anyone know the origin of the pronouns things? I mean, okay, so here's what we know. The reason that they use non-binary pronouns is because they believe that capitalism created the gender binary. The gender binary are men and women. And they believe that capitalism created this construct when it created the social role of man as the person who went to work and made all the money, and the social role of woman to stay at home and do the unpaid labor, raising the next generation of proletarian workers. And that's what the patriarchy is. And the only way to achieve equity, which is to flatten the hierarchy of the patriarchy, is to get rid of gender entirely. So the origin of the pronouns, at least for non-binary, is literally non-binary means no binary. When someone is identifying as non-binary, they, them, they are saying, we do not adhere. It's funny I said we. I should have just used a singular one, but there are actually gender identities that have multiple genders within them. It's called system gender. It's a really weird thing. Anyway, so what they're saying when a person uses non-binary pronouns, what they're saying is, I am neither man nor woman. I am non-binary. I am not, because they want to abolish it. So that's the origin of that. I don't know exactly when that term first started being used. I'm kind of trying to figure that out right now, but it did it did kind of explode after gay marriage was legalized, because that's when queer activism really started ramping up, because it did. So I don't know if that answers your question. It is something I want to look more into, but it is a good question. No, it started way before that. It started way before that. I mean, you think David Bowie was androgynous. It started in the 70s.
Back here again. It is absolutely exhausting to continue to have to defend your existence and have people tell you to be quiet and polite while you do it. I spent this afternoon making copies of all of my family's documents, black and white copies, color copies, applying for passports because we have a trans child.
Oh, really?
And the city of Worcester does not even want to send me the message that we might possibly be safe here. Do you understand what it is like to be looking around at everything that you love and say, I might have to set this on fire because my neighbors, my city can't even say the words say the words that we'd be safe here. That is a shame. That is a shame. Every ounce of national attention that you get from this is deserved. Every negative feeling you have being uncomfortable, you deserve that and more. You have no idea what we are going through. We are the canary in the coal mine, and you're either too self-concerned or too ignorant to understand that. Was I the only person that took U.S. history?
You didn't take U.S. history, honey. You don't even know.
I'd also like to support. I'd like to support Councillor King's 11A item for Black History Month because my family's not the only one that you're trying to erase.
Randy Feldman, City of Worcester, 14B. The City Council should unanimously pass this proposal.
Oh, boo. I thought maybe he'd be against.
This is not a hard vote. This is morally and legally easy. Currently, you are simply asked to acknowledge that whatever gender-affirming care Worcester's health providers give to LGBTQ IA plus community members not be interfered with by President Trump's executive orders. His executive edicts are not statutory law passed by Congress. The vote is to support the civil and human rights of each person to express who they are as an individual. This proposal recognizes that each person has unalienable rights to be free, to be who you truly are, and for us to protect fellow Worcesterites, to show that we consider their dignity to be worthy of full respect. This is an easy vote legally. It simply calls for protecting the right to gender-affirming care to the greatest extent permitted by law. You are not being asked to follow, all you're being asked to do is to follow the law as the courts determine it. I am a proud father of a gay son. 15 years ago, my son told me he was gay, something I already knew, as did he. His mother was very worried for him, not because he was gay, but because she feared he would face others' harassment, discrimination, hatred, and maybe even violence because of his identity. This has mostly not occurred, in part because he lives here in Massachusetts in a very open and accepting community.
Could you wrap up, Tim?
But I doubt very much at the present time in our country we can say the same for transgender, gender diverse, or non-binary people. They still need our active, impassioned, and respectful support, your support,
Thank you.
actually,
Appreciate it.
to feel safe,
you wrap up?
secure, respected, and loved.
Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave.
Tom Marino, Worcester. 10A is the short path to making this room an even bigger circus. It will be used as a weapon by whatever majority is here against the minority. Accusations against the majority will be heard in executive session. Accusations against the minority will be heard in open session. It is just more backroom deals, which you all get very sensitive about when people talk about. On 14B, the federal government want full cancel culture on a portion of our city. And all they've done is come to you and ask you to just say something. You're not passing a law. You're not passing an ordinance. They just ask you to say something. And there's consternation about that. I fear the same bait and switch we saw in school committee on Thursday, but let's hope that doesn't happen. A member of this council, after this council received horrific, awful anti-Semitic garbage in the mail about a year ago, a member of this council went on a local radio show and said, but isn't voting against the Israeli resolution there, the one that was within the rules before it was against it, Isn't that taking part in the same kind of anti-Semitic hate? Well, no. But if you believe that, then what's voting against this? Is that transphobia? Was not even having the guts to stand up and say what you believed and then actually giving those people a vote who petitioned for a ceasefire a month ago? Was that Islamophobia? Anti-Arab hate? That's what you're saying if you vote against this, that you hate trans people because, you know, any good-natured objection to this couldn't possibly be, you know, well-founded within your ideology. So I'm not sure I'm not sure what anyone could object to this. They've just asked you to say something. It is kind of natural when your federal government abandons you that you look to your local government. And there seems to be some confusion about why that's happening. It's not a waste of your time.
Everyone understands, right, that, you know, this line that they're pushing, all they're doing is asking you to say something. They're just asking you to say something. They're just asking you to say something. Now, listen, I don't know the ins and outs of the entire situation, so I don't know exactly what they're asking them to pass. And no, I'm not going to look it up. I'm just enjoying the sideshow right now. But what I will say is that they are not just asking them to say something. What do you guys think this whole thing is really about? If you had to guess, is it about like, we just want to feel safe and we just want to feel protected and we just want you to say something to make us feel safe and protected? What is this really about? It's a struggle session. This is a struggle session. They are struggle sessioning their city government to prove that they can. To prove they have power over them. Exactly. This is about power. This is about power. It's about showing you will bend the knee to us. They've even said it. We're not asking anymore. We're demanding. And by the way, the city council did bend the knee to them. Brucey was saying in the chat earlier that he hopes the city council doesn't give in. The city council gave in. They gave them what they wanted. And what does that mean? It means that now this community knows they have absolute power to demand whatever they want, and they will use it again and again and again and again and again. When you are being struggle sessioned, it is never about an apology. It is never about, you know, we just want to feel good and we just don't feel like you understand us. It is never about that. It is always about power. And that is why you never, ever, 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 ever bend the knee if someone is struggle sessioning you. Even if you could concede and say, maybe I didn't say the right thing, don't do it. Even if in your head you're like, yeah, maybe that's a reasonable complaint, you still don't do it. You want to know why? Because it is not about you apologizing. It is not about you having any sort of realization. It is only about them figuring out if they can gain power over you or not. You have to go through the storm. Do not bend the knee. Do not apologize. Ever. No matter what.
There's now this narrative going amongst some community members that say, we got to get back to city business. What city business?
Can you wrap up?
You pass ordinances, you pass the budget, you hire the manager. That's it. The rest of this
you.
is for show. That is your powers.
Thank you.
Your residence is city business.
We'll get it in the camera eventually. There we go. So you have probably seen this photo before, but you might not know its history. This is a photo taken at the 1933 burning of the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft in Germany.
Yo,
the Institute pioneered hormone replacement therapy, gender-affirming surgery, and the very language that healthcare providers use to take care of their patients today. In 1933, Nazis burned its libraries, destroying decades of trans research and trans history. I have been thinking about the Institute constantly since Donald Trump was inaugurated. In the past few weeks, we have seen the Trump administration remove...
I'm going to put that image on a fucking t-shirt. Can I do that? Shopify just banned Kanye for selling a swastika, but if I just put a historical image on a t-shirt, can they really ban me for a historical image?
All mention of trans people on its federal websites. We have seen them censor the CDC and what research papers are submitted to them. It is happening again. It is another attempt to remove trans people from every aspect of public life. I am a medical student, and I cannot express to you what it is like sitting in class, learning how to provide the care that saved my life, that saved the lives of so many of my friends, and wondering if that's even going to be legal in a year. I don't know how I am supposed to sit down and learn how to care for my patients when I don't know if I'm going to be able to care for myself. I am sitting here, I am looking at my medicine, and I'm asking myself, how am I going to make this stretch for 4 years if it becomes illegal to provide it for my patients, if it is illegal to provide it for me? How am I supposed to sleep at night?
Just so everyone is aware, the state of Massachusetts is very, very, very small, and Worcester is like not that far away from the border. And if they needed to cross state lines, they could within, like an hour tops. We're not talking like this is about Texas. Do you know what I want to do? Do you know what I want to do when I want to buy weed from a dispensary and I'm in New Hampshire? And for some bizarre effing reason, New Hampshire still has not legalized recreational weed yet. So I have to go to Massachusetts. I live 20 minutes away from Massachusetts. It is not that big of an effing deal. Okay? And it's the same thing with this. This guy is being like, I just don't know how am I going to survive if I can't get my transgender hormones? Bro, you basically live next to Connecticut. Like, this is not this is not a reason to be shaking and crying in a city council meeting.
Knowing that this happened to my family who were forced out of Poland and by the Nazis. How am I supposed to know that this history is happening again? That I am standing on the precipice of being able to provide care for myself, for my patients, for Worcester. And I want my government to do something, anything, to say that we are going to be safe, that I'm going to be able to keep my patients and myself and everyone I know afloat. Because this is happening again, and if we don't do anything, it's going to keep happening. Worcester is depending on you.
The Holocaust was the worst event in the history of humanity. As a reminder, the Holocaust is the war. We are not making fun of the Holocaust. The Holocaust is a somber and serious event, the worst event in the history of humanity. And it is, anti-Semitism is wrong, and we love Jews here, and no less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And everyone needs to take this seriously. No anti-Semitism allowed. Jews are welcome.
Hello. Sorry, I'm kind of crying now. But hello. My name is Anel. I am a student here in Worcester, and I am speaking on behalf of item 14B tonight. We, the people of the United States, are growing up in a broken union where justice is fragile, our domestic tranquility has been shattered, the common defense has turned against us, the general welfare is controlled by companies that have no interest in our health, our blessings of liberty that countless people have fought and died for are at risk because of the fascists in our places of government. We, the people, voted you in so you can protect us from things like this. We, the people, trusted you to help us form a more perfect union, to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, to provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. We, the people, are pleading here with you tonight to uphold our constitutional rights and to ordain and establish the city of Worcester as a sanctuary for genderqueer individuals in the face of the Nazis in the United States of America.
Oh my God, in the face of the Nazis. Yeah, I know. The struggle is real.
Please take care of us.
This could go on all night. I'd be perfectly happy.
Hello, my name is Addison, City of Worcester, she, her.
Oh, okay.
I'm here to speak in favor of items 10B and 14B. One of the hardest things in my life that I have struggled with is the concept of self-worth. There have been many moments in my life where I felt that the struggle of existence outweighed my value to the world, that I would be better off dead. But over the past 2 years, I have found solace in my talents, my values, and my individuality, my identity.
Oh.
But counselors, I ask of you a similar question of values. How much federal funding is my life worth? Which matters more? Covering the legal fees of systemic police brutality or protecting the lives of queer people in our community? How many lives have to be lost before you consider fighting back against fascism and corruption?
Please say capitalism.
How many more people have to lose their human rights before you take action? Where do you draw the line? I am a student. I wish I did not have to be here right now. It is your responsibility to stand up and fight for our people, for your people, for the people. If you will not stand up for us, if you will not stand up for those whose rights are in danger, that of queers, of women, of immigrants, of people of color, and whoever is going to be the scapegoat of the billionaire class next, you should step the hell down. Thank you.
Oh! This is just like the never-ending parade of lunacy.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Aidan Brickner. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm speaking on behalf of item 14B. I want to draw a historical analogy for the council tonight. I apologize if you've heard it before. I will attribute that solely to its relevance. The Institute for the Science of Sexuality in Berlin was the first of its kind in gender and sexuality research, and one of the first victims of a Nazi book burning. This institute provided treatment for STDs, gynecological health services, marital and sex counseling, and more. Notably, it campaigned for LGBT rights and tolerance on rational grounds. In May of 1933, accompanied by a brass band, Nazi-sympathizing students and paramilitary members burned an estimated 20,000 to 25,000 books and items, the single largest repository of works about sexuality at the time, and would not be replicated anywhere on Earth until 1947.
Oh, man.
In early February, the Trump administration began removing any mention of transgender people from government websites.
Shout-out,
the State Department site now provides information for LGB travelers and LGB prospective adoptive parents, omitting the T from the acronym. The CDC has removed its youth risk behavior survey from their site, one of the only resources of federal data on LGBT youth. Resources for avoiding discrimination based on sexual orientation has vanished from the site for the Department of Labor. And then there is, of course, the executive order declaring that the United States only recognizes two sexes. Both of these actions, a century and an ocean apart, both originate from fascist ideology and both have the same goal. To reduce the visibility
100%.
and validity of those with queer identities, to say firmly you have no place in our society, and to say that these people are negligible, to open the door for further oppression, which will happen. This will not be the last time we hear from the Trump admin on trans rights. And that is where my analogy ends. Take it further if you wish and extrapolate. Myself and many others here to speak today already have. But know this. When Councilors Bergman and Calorio chose to table this discussion last week, in the interest of maintaining federal funding, what they said is essentially this. It will cost too much money to defend our LGBT constituents. That those constituents, those community members, those neighbors are negligible. Their right to dignity and happiness can be dismissed if the impact is too great on the city's bottom line. So I would like to request from Councilors Bergman and Calorio, how much for one trans life? How many dollars does it take to put them on the chopping block? I want a precise number. I want a dollar amount. And who next? Who's the next protected group to be tied to the railroad tracks, and will you fold for them? Now is the time to stand up for tyranny. Now is the time to defend your constituents. Now is the time to say that if federal money relies on the dehumanization of trans people, that we don't want your goddamn money, because it's not going to stop with them.
Thank you.
I expect the council to make the correct decision tonight. Do not disappoint the people in this way. I want to trust the city council to look after us. If you cannot do that, then the people will find a way, with your approval or without it, and I don't think you'll like that very much. Thank you.
Oh my God. Yo, I'm going to have to spend some, oh no. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I'm going to have to spend some time making clips of like every single one of these speeches. I feel like I need to memorialize this entire thing in a playlist for posterity, because that's how good this is. It's just one after another. It's like not just like all the speeches have been great. Every single one of them. This is the most entertaining thing that's probably happened in like a year or so. This is phenomenal. We need to be able to relive this moment at some point. Hey, Kevin Michael, thank you for the super chat. My name is Kevin Michael, he, him, Giga Chat, and I don't care about your plight. Thank you, Kevin Michael. And then we've got Mac B. Make LGBT gay again. Yeah. Exactly. All right, let's keep going. Gird your loins.
My name is Abby Mortolero. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a resident of Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm here to speak in favor of 10B, 10J, and 14B.
Yep.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT. I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am.
It's literally the meme. They literally did the meme. Again?
Was always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am. I speak as someone who is afraid to use public toilets. I speak as someone who is a member of this community and is a queer person. I speak in favor of my city becoming a sanctuary city for people like me. And just remember, Election Day is coming and we are all voting. Thank you.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. All right.
Hi, my name is Meg Price, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here speaking about item 14B. This is a critical moment for our country and our city. I'm a licensed mental health counselor who primarily serves the LGBT community. You have an incredible opportunity as a community to support our children. You have an opportunity to decrease the rates of depression and suicide by showing our children that their safety and dignity are a priority. You have the opportunity to stand up to violence and fascism that is spreading all over our country like wildfire.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to begin to repair mistakes directly and sincerely. Please vote yes in making Worcester a sanctuary city, not only in name, but in action.
Oh God! Oh, here we go.
Hi,
Here we go.
I'm Lena. I'm a trans woman. I live here in Worcester. I've lived here in Worcester for like half a decade now. I teach at WPI. I work at the Worcester Art Museum. I'm here in support of 10B and
WPI is the Worcester Polytechnic Institute. It's a college.
14B. So I was here last week with 56 other speakers, apparently, and no dissenters. And I remember going back home and experiencing the most absurd confusion at the nature of how this is happening. I was walking around my kitchen trying to piece together how it's possible that 57 fucking people came here terrified for their lives and got brushed off. 57 people came here and pleaded with you for their lives, their most basic civil liberties, children's and parents bawling their eyes out. And you think that you're better somehow, that this petition that asks nothing of you is too much.
Yeah.
It's clear that you and the members of this council think there's something to be lost. Perhaps the support of an extremely loud, hateful, and violent minority of people breaking the law that want our friends and our family and our children dead. It's clear to me that some people here consider themselves part of the same society as me and won't take up their most basic civil responsibility to do anything, to be empathetic enough for just a second to imagine the terror of the world crashing down on you like this, entirely undefended. Clearly, you think that I should be suffering that. Candy, look at me.
Please direct it.
Look at the... This person is ruining this eye makeup for me! Why does this person have my look? Okay, I know I'm not the only person in the world to have a smoky eye, and I know this person isn't either, but I never want to have a smoky eye again after seeing it on this person. This isn't fair! Why are you ruining everything? This has become a competition between theater kids trying to outdo each other's performance. Yeah, it has, and I'm here for it. This is free entertainment. This is like the city government in action.
The comments.
And you have the audacity to make snide remarks about how rude the public is being or how they're swearing while they come up with you and fight for their lives? I'm sorry, was I not polite enough? Do I need to just like slink away quietly so you don't have to like think about the consequences of any of your actions? And you know, I get it, I really do. People come up here all day and they call you a dick and they move on with their lives. But for God's sakes, get over it. Respectfully, can you get over yourself so that my students and my friends and my family can go back to their lives? Let me talk.
Please wrap up your comments, please.
Do I just go back to my crying friends and tell them that they're too much of an inconvenience? No. I'm not going to quietly go away, and neither will all these people. I will show up every fucking week.
Okay, thank you.
And I will speak truth to power. I will not you pretend that we're not citizens of this city. I'm shaking right now.
I bet you are,
I don't want
honey.
to be here.
I bet you are.
I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
Please wrap up.
All right. So, Candy, Donna.
Please wrap up.
Oh, no, I can't talk directly to my council members either.
hands up, please.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Please wrap up.
Look at me.
Okay, we're all done here.
Fucking
Hey,
pathetic.
we're all done. Come on.
Oh God, there's a guy in a wheelchair. Oh
This is gonna
no.
be unpopular, but I just want to remind everyone that I understand what it's like to go through this, but this isn't how we're gonna get stuff done. But I get it. I just want, and I'm speaking on item 14B. I'm someone with a disability, and the rights of people like myself weren't guaranteed until 1990, and we didn't get those rights by sitting quietly, by saying please. We got them by tying our chairs to buses and by sitting in the building in San Francisco for days. It's hard to stay quiet when you feel like you are fighting for your life, and that's what's happening right now with trans people. That's what's happening with people with disabilities, like myself. Maura Healey's going to close Pappas Rehab, where hundreds of children with disabilities go for treatment, and not just for treatment, but for education, for school, to build lifelong bonds. So it's hard for people that aren't part of the silent majority to stay silent, respectfully, Mr. Shea. I know you're a Worcester public educator, and the reason why I'm here is because I learned so many great things from my teachers at North High. That's why we have a city manager from North High. That's why we have so many North High students that are active in our community. But I just want to remind everyone, we have to be respectful. Don't break this beautiful City Hall chamber, because we know, I mean, it's an old building. But what we're doing now is no different than what was done 50, 60 years ago on campuses across the country. It's no different than stories that my uncle would tell me when they were smoking tie sticks up at Holy Cross, which was illegal back then, by the way. But we're just here because we just want, a community is saying, please just show us that we matter and that we're safe here. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Happy Black History Month, everybody.
Stunning and brave, queen.
Hi, my name is
Stunning and
Imani
brave.
Plant. I'm a resident of Worcester and a former student of Worcester Public Schools, and I'm speaking to you as an advocate and supporter of Worcester school students and in support of 14B. Children are the most vulnerable people in our community, and we must protect them in every way that we can. I want you to think about the students who don't feel safe going to the bathroom during the day, who wear hoodies to cover their chests in the hot spring and summer and sit alone feeling alienated because they've chosen to be who they are. Declaring Worcester as a sanctuary city and reminding kids that they belong no matter who they are, no matter how they show up as, and no matter who they choose to love is important. Now take a second to remember they're counting on you. I see you, those students see you, we all fucking see you.
Oh, the guy with the pigtails. I've been waiting for this one.
The silent majority isn't represented here, said the old white man to the white men. David Webb, City of Worcester. Who cares if we only get half an hour of public comment in the future? You obviously don't listen to 4 times that anyways. I don't know why you guys think you're entitled to respect when you don't bother respecting others' identity, when you don't bother listening to learn. I am in opposition to 10A. The law referenced in it states that a public body may meet in executive session only for the following purposes, whereas this item appears to be misportraying compliance as ensuring some discussions occur only in executive session, which is not based in law, fact, or common sense. I thought Councillor Bergman was an attorney and knew how to reference information. But to quote him from the Major Taylor situation, that's not what it says. Unless you can't read English, it clearly doesn't say that. Weird when you guys bother to ask what the law department thinks. Maybe councillors in this administration should start utilizing our law department to figure out how to do things, instead of just using her to block progress. I'm against 8K and 8L. If this city did its job, these petitions wouldn't be necessary. But I'm in strong support of 8H, 8I, and 8J, and would like to note that residents had to put these petitions forward because this body has not been doing its job. 10D, 10E, I guess transphobia and spending CPA funds are some things that just some people get on the same page about. Yes to 10FGH, thank you, Councillor Pisola. 10I, Councillor Toomey, hate crimes aren't usually reported. I guess someone's not even present for this today. Hate crimes aren't usually reported because they see people in power responding the way your colleagues in this room have. 10J, this is actually already addressed in the CHIP. It's actually in their 3rd stated priorities. Maybe you, through the chair to Councillor Toomey, when and if she listens to this, should learn from them instead of telling them to teach others. 9A, 13ABC, creating an actual city manager review process. We might currently be the worst managed city in the nation, so I guess it's only up from here,
Entirely
Eric,
possible.
but it would be nice if you started telling the truth. 12A, I see our new city solicitor is following in the exact same steps as our old one, which brings me to 10B and 14B. Look, I get that some of you care more about easy funding than trans lives, and don't mind Nazis for some whatever reason, but to you I have to say this. Through the chair. As we saw yesterday, our Attorney General is willing to fight Trump when he tries to defund progress. As our solicitor begrudgingly confirmed, there's no precedent.
Could you wrap up, please?
Yep, no precedent of him successfully attacking sanctuaries. Don't let your fears, ignorance, and insecurities make other people less safe. Instead, be willing to care and able to learn. I just want to say this isn't new. Former Councillor Gaffney fear-mongered the exact same way last time. So if you can't learn from our mistakes, and if you can't stand up for everyone in the city, then step down. If you're scared,
wrap up, please.
If you're so afraid that you won't protect others, step down. If the only thing you speak up for is against the safety of others, then instead of speaking up, shut up.
Ooh, oh, you told him, girl. You told him.
My name is Kylam Lam, and I was born at UMass Memorial in 2006 to 2 Vietnamese parents, and I've always been a resident of Worcester of District 5. I went to Columbus Park Elementary School, Sullivan Middle School, and finally graduated from South High Community School in the top 1%. But the Worcester public school system is not an environment I would ever go back to. I now go to the College of the Holy Cross, and I am a product of how the city of Worcester raises their children, from birth to high school graduation to college enrollment and now entering the adult world. But I'm still a youth. I celebrated my 19th birthday only a few days ago.
Look at the earrings. Look at
I
the
spoke
pearl
to the public on
earrings.
January 21st telling my story. I'm a product of how the city of Worcester protects the queer and transgender children, and I am not being protected unless item 14B is being passed.
Nah, bro. Nah. You're a product of how the city of Worcester did not protect children. I'm not making fun of the kid, and I know people say, "Oh, it's an adult." Okay, fine, but like, this is an example of what I'm talking about. This is a person that has literally been raised in this cult. They don't know anything different than that. It was probably in every single class they ever had, every single school they ever went to. They've never learned anything differently. This is a product of the indoctrination, and that's, that makes this person a victim. And it sucks to put it in like blunt terms like this, but this is evidence that the city failed, because you wouldn't have this problem in the numbers that they do if it wasn't being overtly pushed in the schools.
Me and my peers know that we are not being protected. On the behalf of all Worcester Public School students who are suffering silently at homes, in classrooms, in this city, who are now either studying for their schoolwork tomorrow morning or sleeping now to hop on the bus tomorrow. As a teen, I shouldn't have to be here to advocate for my safety of myself and my peers. I should be at home having dinner and doing my homework and getting ready to say good morning to my professors and community tomorrow. It is 8:19 p.m. And after this, I'll be going straight home to do my homework and pray for the safety of me, my peers, and the Worcester community. Our pleas need to be heard. So I ask on behalf of the youth who do not have the privilege to be here to pass item 14B so me and my peers can at least feel safe. Thank you.
Oh, another pastor? Priest? Who knows?
My name is the Reverend Dr. Kieran Osborne. I'm local clergy. I'm a homeowner. I pay taxes. I'm a parent of 4 people.
Trans.
I'm a community organizer, and I am a deeply religious follower of Christ.
Yeah, okay.
And I come here tonight not to ask you to pass item 14B because it is your absolute humble pleasure, especially any of you who set foot in a church, to pass this item with humility and not saviorhood.
Wow.
I perform the weddings, funerals, baptisms, and much more for gay and straight folks alike, and I wonder why it is so hard for others to do their jobs without prejudice as well. I am from an Irish immigrant family who fought in hand-to-hand combat in both world wars, who gave life and blood for this country, and who now, the prodigy of those, are trying to figure out how I might be able to get out and seek asylum elsewhere.
Oh my God.
I am a product of public school teachers and public university teachers. And these people have sat in the trenches and the public school classrooms that are much more dangerous than this little space right here. My allegiance is to God alone, no king, no country, and only a liberating Christ. And I pledge my allegiance only to my baptismal and ordination vows, in which I refuse to be complicit in the outgoing tasks of evil anywhere that I see them. I refuse to be complicit, and that is why I stand with the queer, the marginalized, the trans, the intersectional folks on the margins, the hurting, those who are remembering our history and realizing it was only a few minutes ago that the country did try to kill all us gay men off, and man, maybe they're still doing it, and now they're coming for the trans folks too.
I don't think that's
And so for every queer sibling rationing your HRT tonight, clutching your legal documents, taking out loans to pay the fees to adopt your very own child, for every queer sibling having flashbacks, like me, to other times that you've been targeted in this liberal state with death threats for being who you are in public places, for every queer sibling who is looking in the mirror wondering if you are worthy of living at all, because let's get real, this is a suicide issue, this is a life and death issue, and the blood will come, and it has come. So for each and every one of you who are there tonight, I am far more interested in telling you tonight that you are worthy, that you should rise up, that you should remember that Stonewall was a riot long before it was a corporate-sponsored party.
Wow.
That each of us will and should and will definitely band together, that we will share our resources, and when we aren't here on public display, I will, defending our rights to breathe. When we are not here in this room with the amount of decorum you should beg for us to have, I ask you all, family, may we pick up our bricks, because we will not go down without every silent cis straight person waking up and seeing the blood on their hands.
Ooh, an old hippie lady. Okay. Everyone be nice to... Oh, no, Grandma's got a picture. No, Grandma.
Good evening.
No.
My name is Margot Barnett.
No, Grandma.
I'm a resident of Worcester, where I've been for half my life. I'm here speaking on 14B and 10B, asking you to support both of them. Last week and tonight, you're hearing our neighbors speaking from the depths of their hearts and from their lived experience. Please remember what you heard last week. Listen closely now. Open your hearts to hear them. They know much more than I do, and most of you do, about this issue, and speak with an eloquence and authority that I cannot. So I am listening, I am learning, and I'm here just to speak as an ally. I found this
Poor
on the
Grandma.
very page where
Been
tonight's
indoctrinated
agenda is
by her
posted.
grandkids,
The
probably.
City of Worcester recognizes the rights of all individuals to participate in the political and civic life, free from bigotry and intimidation based on their race, religion, ethnicity, age, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or other aspect of their being. I expect you to live up to this, not merely to say it. As a Jewish person, I have an idea what attempted erasure of a group of people looks like.
Okay.
In 1938, Kristallnacht, the Night
single
of Broken
time.
Glass, was a warning shot. There were people who stood by and watched as people's livelihoods were burned down. Over the next years, there were people who stood by and others who put their very lives on the line. We know who of those we honor. We know what we think of those who stood by and watched because they were looking out for themselves. Our transgender and binary neighbors are under attack now. Do not comply in advance with fascism. Do not table these items. Do not put them on hold for another week. Pass them. We are watching. History is watching. This is the moment when we are called to show which side of history we are on. I am asking you to stand up for what you claim to believe in.
Hello, my name is Sadie Lombardi. I'm a Worcester resident of District 2, and I'm here to talk about 14B. Through the chair, I would like to speak to Candy.
No, you need to direct your comments to me, please.
Okay. I live directly next to Candy. She lives on Benedict Road, and I live on 14 Trent Road, right? We are literal neighbors. We are neighbors.
Doxing the councilwoman
I know
they
you.
don't like. Okay.
You are right down the street from me. How could
Please
you do
direct your
this to
comments to
someone?
me.
How could she do this to someone like me?
Please.
That's what I don't understand. I'm coming here. I wasn't even planning to talk today, but it's just absolutely heartbreaking that we are so divided as a people right now. It's shocking to me. This is somebody who I theoretically could be friends with. I could plow her driveway if she needed to. I could make her cookies. Like, I don't get it. I know, I understand that there is a lot of tension in this room. I get that you guys are getting a lot of, rudeness or whatever. I understand that, but is it not your job to take this? Is it not part of your responsibilities, right? Like, I feel like I'm not crazy for this. I feel like this is just something that you have to deal with. And I don't want you guys to be disrespected. I know you guys are people. I understand you have to go home, you want to sleep, you want to eat your food, you want to talk to your husband or wife or whoever you got. But this is your job, is it not? Is it not your job to do this, to take this criticism and use it to do better for the people? I just don't get it.
Be no.
Hello. Do apologize of how I look. I came directly from work about 5 hours ago. So I want to start.
Just your name and city of residence.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michael Kingsley. I am a student at Quinsig Community College. All right. So let us honor our first responder veterans, including the LGBT purge recently, the honored dead, including the civil rights activists. So going into this, if not here, where? If not now, when? Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences first. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans, LGBT people,
listen.
And even special needs.
Can I be honest? Can we talk about the upside to the queer Marxists losing their mind? All of a sudden, a lot of people are hearing for the first time, do you know what the first books that the Nazis banned were? They were queer books. I didn't know that. Like, I mean, maybe it seems like it should have been a throwaway. I mean, I guess I knew that it had something to do with sex, but I had never thought about it in that way until someone said that. I was like, really? Yeah, that makes more sense, doesn't it? So maybe through this whole process, more people are finding out exactly what the books are that were burned, that it wasn't just like random shit, it was ridiculous nonsense.
Denying life-saving and affirming care. They have removed DEI programs and fundamentally tried, because you cannot stop people from celebrating Black History Month.
They're literally having a Black History Month.
It stops here. It stops now. Yeah. If we don't stand up for others now, there won't be anybody left to stand up for us. All right, and just for a city pride point, okay, if Philly, okay, if the city of Philadelphia can wave the LGBT trans flag, we can too. All right? Worcester, let's go!
Mask. Oh.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of 14B, but I want to speak on 10B, which I'm also here in support of. The rules of this body are ones that are set by precedent, that people have written over time together. When they require change, people look at them thoughtfully, they sit in dialogue, they consider what the needs of the present are, and adapt in order to meet the needs of the moment.
I just knocked down a whole bunch of slime.
The rules aren't
on accident.
static, and they
Don't
should
mind me.
meet the body in front of them.
I just have to stack my slime again.
If there is no mechanism that this council has in order to investigate allegations of harm from one counselor against another, even those of you who would spindle and mutilate every moral argument with semantics and pedantry should look at the fact that there should be an investigation, because that is what the moment calls for. If there's no mechanism in place for that, then make one. And an investigation is not a condemnation. The investigation is the beginning of a process. The investigation is the thing that says, let's look at evidence. In the same way that when folks want to hold a petition, they request a report. I don't really understand the difference between requesting a report for more information before making a decision and having a process for an investigation that allows you to gather information before you make a determination. So if this council says that it cares so little about the experiences of folks of color on the council, of queer folks on the council, of folks who weren't born here, if it doesn't care about the experiences of actually having folks on the council who are representing a wide variety of the constituencies in this city,
Could you wrap up, please?
it's really confusing. Just investigate it.
Hello. My name is Eva Moynihan. I am a District 1 resident, born and raised, and I am agender, and I use they, them
Agender.
pronouns.
Okay.
I am echoing what most everybody is saying here tonight. I am here so we can all feel safe in our homes, in our communities, and our bodies. We are all scared of being hurt, being erased, and being disappeared. I carry a fully stocked first aid kit with me at all times because I am scared that me or someone I love will get hurt in these hostile times, this hostile government and this hostile environment. I am lucky enough to work for a small nonprofit working with people with disabilities that has limiting funding, including federal funding. I was pulled aside by my boss and promised that they, as a company, would not comply with the federal government's attacks against policies and language regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, that my pronouns, my person, will not be erased or covered up, even if that means our company will lose a huge chunk of our funding. If my small nonprofit company can do it, so can you. So can the city. We as a community need to stand up for the visibility of queer people, of black people, Asian people.
They're probably losing their funding anyway because it's getting cut by the Doge stuff. And now they're trying to make themselves a martyr out of it.
People, Pacific Islander people, Native American people, disabled people, and all other minorities. We need to make Worcester a sanctuary city for the queer community. We need to celebrate Black History Month. We need an apology. 2 needs your apology. And all people in public office need to be held accountable. History can't be erased. Thank you. And for a little bit of education, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit. Nowhere in our acronym is ally. We are not responsible for your education. You should be doing that yourselves. You're welcome.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Hello, my name is Jerry Gillen.
It's not our job to educate
and
you.
I didn't prepare anything because I didn't expect to be speaking here tonight. The first time that I ever went to a city council meeting was last week. And I went home and I was so appalled
Another grandma.
At the reception that speakers who
Bad
were breaking
grandma.
my heart was getting from this council. There were people texting on their phones. There were people who weren't looking at them. And Mayor
texting.
Petty, I had signs on my lawn for you for many years, and that's the last time they will be there. I have spent 47 years, I am retired, I'm 72 years old. We moved here in 1979 from Vermont, and people said to me, what are you doing in Worcester when you could be living in Burlington, Vermont? And I said, I love this city. Yes, my father worked on his first campaign. Anyway.
Bernie, yeah, worked on Bernie's campaign.
We love Worcester,
Yeah.
and that's why we've stayed here instead of moving back. Right now,
That's
I
a
am
dumb
really
choice.
disappointed in this city. I started to say I've spent 47 years as a teacher and as a teacher educator. And I used to say to my students at Providence College, where I taught for 27 years, every day when you get in front of your classroom, you have the power. And you can either elect to do the right thing or you can do the wrong thing. And I would be very proud of you if you always elect to do the right thing, even if it's not the popular thing. So thank you.
Oh, what is this vest? What is the vest
Jessica,
about?
D1. Good evening. I'm here in support of 14B. Last Tuesday, we came to this council in peace with our heartache and fear and attempt to persuade you to see us. It is clear that this council as a whole will never see us, and they're incapable of seeing beyond their own small microcosm to put themselves in our shoes to know the pain and suffering we see and feel. Let's refocus. We're taking action here in council to seek safety. What we should truly be demanding is resignation of council members who use the hate speech against fellow members of this council. So the council, you have the power to meet this demand, but you haven't, and I'm confident that you won't. I know that so many queer youth are looking to adults for help and guidance more than ever. We're here to show up for them. It's sad to say that they can't say that about our city councilors as well. We've been asking politely for council to demonstrate their ability to be on the right side of history, and we're continuously let down by you as a whole. Mayor Petty, if you're truly an ally to our community, then you would not want to share the council with a bigot. I want to extend a thank you to Councilperson Hygi. You're the only councilor last week during testimony and tonight to give your full attention to the community. I watched as Councilor Hygi looked at each individual in full eye contact, expressive emotion that conveyed empathy and understanding and showed true communion with us. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Councilor Nguyen. Their bravery has emboldened us to speak for ourselves in this forum. We see where our leaders are in this room. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Pinarelli, and I am a resident of
She's been
Shrewsbury, and I
snapping
am
the
here
whole
to show
time.
support for agenda items 10B, 14B, and also Happy Black History Month.
Doesn't live in Worcester.
I
Shrewsbury is
spend
not
a lot of
Worcester.
time in Worcester with my family, having a long history of restaurants in the city, having family and friends who live here. I have worked for multiple companies in Worcester, including Community Health Link, and also being a part of community events and other community work that is happening in the city, as well as attending Worcester State for my bachelor's degree. I come here tonight as a family member, friend, mental health clinician, and ally to
good.
members of the LGBTQIA+ community. As Nazis are literally openly walking the streets of this country, supported and emboldened by the
Literally.
president and his executive orders that are harming and attacking marginalized groups, it is a stance of humanity and compassion to not only listen to and try to understand those.
I just think it's funny because Kanye West literally just trolled the Super Bowl and sold a swastika t-shirt. But is Kanye West the Nazi that they're worried about? Don't get it twisted. They weren't like happy about that whole Kanye West thing. They made a little bit of noise about it, but is Kanye West the Nazi that they're really concerned about? No. Not in any way. Kanye West is not the Nazi. They're not squawking nearly as much about Kanye West as they are about the system, the politicians, the government, etc., etc. So Kanye West literally sells a swastika t-shirt, and that's barely even mentioned. But they're going out of their way to spend 5 hours in this city council meeting giving these speeches talking about Nazi, 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 Nazi. It was never about actual Nazis. It was always about the system.
Those who are experiencing the backlash of this fascism, but to stand with them and say, not on my watch. You do that by standing up for what is right and declaring Worcester a sanctuary city. Anyone being harmed or fearing their safety in the city is yours to protect and to speak up for. I proudly speak up in support of my family members, friends, and clients who feel their safety is at risk, that they need to keep their head on a swivel and make note of multiple exits when in public spaces. I had a trans client who told me that a man walked up to her with a red Trump hat, and told her that he can't wait until he can hunt people like her for sport.
Oh, bullshit. Things that didn't happen. Come on.
As I have watched these public meetings on Facebook Live, the hate speech, the dehumanization, the ignorance, and violent language that is used to attack this already vulnerable population is disgusting. Your name is attached to those people and that language as you sit here and continue to make excuses to not support these agenda items, requesting ridiculous changes to the language to protect your image, and to avoid making simple statements to show compassion, unity, and understanding, and instead choose to turn your back on a vulnerable population coming to you for help and protection. If you can't answer this call, what are you doing here?
You tell him, Stacy. I don't know Stacy's actually her name, but she looks like a Stacy.
Mr. Mayor, Reverend Brent Newberry, resident of Worcester.
Reverend.
And I have the honor of serving as the pastor of the First Baptist Church of Worcester.
Oh, Baptist.
Established in 1812.
Okay.
I do want to make clear I'm speaking on my own behalf and not the congregation's. And I wonder if it would be possible to have everyone's attention on the council. Thank you. I just want to remind us of two things, our shared humanity and our shared history. On our shared history, we need to recall another period of time when the federal government tried to intimidate good people into bad actions through the law, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. That law prohibited people from interfering with the recapture of enslaved people who had escaped, with punishments up to $1,000 or $40,000 in today's dollars. It also deputized others with promises of reimbursements if they'd turn in their fellow black neighbors. In 1854, a black man named Anthony Burns was captured by a notorious bounty hunting officer, and Worcester, known as a hotbed of abolitionism, sprung to action, rescued Mr. Burns from jail, and chased off the officer. The issue of entrapping black people in Worcester was resolved after that, as word spread beyond the city not to try it here again. The federal government flexed, and Worcester's residents flexed right back. We must remember our shared history together. Now, I do understand it's an imperfect metaphor to equate this moment, and I'm speaking about 14B and 10B, with slavery, and I understand that there are moral issues that some have with this discussion. But this is where we must remember our shared humanity. Doing the right thing shouldn't hinge on whether you agree, are comfortable with the discussion, or are afraid of the consequences to yourself, but on whether your neighbors, and in each of your unique cases, your constituents, are being or are at risk of being intimidated, threatened, and dehumanized. And if someone is telling you they are, then remembering our shared humanity means you believe them and work to protect them. We might risk retribution from the current administration, not unlike the 1850s, but honoring the dignity of every person requires doing the brave thing, like so many folks have shown tonight.
Wrap up your comments, please.
We must resist the intimidation and flex back with the power of justice and decency and what's right. And when the next executive order comes down, let's rewind it back and do it all over again and again and again and again until we are a safe space for everyone. In conclusion, Worcester has been a sanctuary for hundreds of years, and I hope history will look back on this night and those to come with the same admiration and awe we hold for those brave conductors of the Underground Railroad who did the brave thing because it was the right thing. Thank you.
Stunning and brave, stunning and brave, stunning and brave. Another, what are these pink vests?
Ollie, they, them, Worcester resident, here to express my support for item 11A, proposed by Councillor King, that the City Council recognize February as Black History Month and the contributions of Black Americans' labor as the foundation of this nation. I also support Order 10B. The City Council should hire
That was so sneaky. What they just did there was so sneaky. I bet people didn't even catch it because it's been a long stream. What they just said there is the counter to one of Trump's executive orders. I have repeatedly said Trump's executive order to ban critical race theory in schools, ban ideological indoctrination in schools, it wasn't going to work because they didn't correctly define what critical race theory was. They didn't understand how critical race theory is being taught. And so fundamentally, the executive order was not going to work. One of the things the executive order said, I believe, is that you can't teach that America is a fundamentally racist country. And so that's actually a good thing. That's actually a positive thing because that is one of the ways that the left does teach critical race theory. And so if you can't teach that America is a fundamentally racist country, that's actually kind of getting in their way a little bit. Do you know what this person just said? That the city council wants to pass some sort of ordinance that says something to the effect of, we affirm that America was built on the labor of like Black enslaved people. They're saying exactly the same thing in another way. And in the way that she just said it, they, them just said it, that is not banned under Trump's executive order. Let's listen again. You guys will hear it now. This is the code switch.
Ollie, they, them, Worcester resident, here to express my support for item 11A, proposed by Councillor King, that the City Council recognize February as Black History Month and the contributions of Black Americans' labor as the foundation of this nation. I also support Order 10B.
Did you hear it? Black Americans' labor is the foundation of this nation. Again?
King, that the City Council recognize February as Black History Month and the contributions of Black Americans' labor as the foundation of this nation.
The contributions of Black American labor as the foundation of this nation. They are saying that it is built upon racism without saying it. And the reason that matters is that the real goal is abolishing capitalism. It always was. It was never about skin color. And so if they can tie the foundation of the nation to the labor of Black Americans, that's all that's required. That's the code switch. Does everyone understand that? Let me know if you don't. That's what they're going to do to replace it. I remember these pink safety vests. They were used in far-left marches to denote those leading the marches and keeping them organized, I believe. I vaguely remember seeing these pink vests somewhere, but it's odd for them to wear it in a town council meeting. So maybe we should just keep an eye out on what the heck those pink vests are. Let's listen one more time, and then I'll just let it play.
For item 11A, proposed by Councillor King, that the City Council recognize February as Black History Month and the contributions of Black Americans' labor as the foundation of this nation. I also support Order 10B. The City Council should hire a third party to investigate concerns raised by Councillors Nguyen and Hajiai, and I'd ask you to please untable and vote on Petition 14B. Mayor Petty, on February 5th, you were quoted in Spectrum News saying, "After 2 hours of testimony, sometimes people get tired and rush through items you shouldn't be rushing through." I have to say I agree. There's a lot of important items on the agenda that you shouldn't be rushing through, including matters of public safety, utilities, and housing. Your Tuesday evenings have become more difficult than you anticipated. And I imagine some counselors feel like a vocal minority is dominating discussion with a niche issue.
You know what?
But a 2018 Mass DPH report.
Actually, Maria might be right. These are visibility vests. Okay, so, and it could be something else, but just hear me out. So one of the things we keep hearing them say over and over again is, I see you. It's on the sign right there. I see you. They want to be seen. You need to see us. You need to acknowledge us. You need to see us. You need to acknowledge us. One of the reasons that queer activists dress so weird is literally to stand out. It is to be seen, because they believe that in people seeing them, they will have a better chance of like pushing their agenda on people. If you can't be seen, you can't be heard, etc., etc. So maybe they are literally wearing visibility vests to say, you know, we will be seen. Yes, it's like did they do this on trans state of visibility? They wore the visibility vests? So that's what this is a reference to. Maria! In with the MVP today. I didn't know that.
It indicated that in 9 of 14 counties in Mass, at least 5% of residents identified as LGBTQ, and this is likely an underrepresentation of the true stats. That means 1 in 20. And when 1 in 20 of your constituents are impacted, and even more if you consider family and friends, I'd say it's not a niche issue at all. Councillor Russell was then quoted in the same article saying, "There's nothing worse than being in a council meeting, speaking and having people heckling you in the audience." I'm sure that's difficult. But I disagree with Councillor Russell. There's many things worse than being heckled in a council meeting. I'd argue it's worse to be heckled out in daily life without the protection of bureaucracy and armed officers. I'd argue it's worse to lose your housing, to lose your job, and not be able to find a new one, as we heard last week. I'd argue it's worse to be denied medical coverage and care. These are threats to a person's material well-being, the things at the bottom of the hierarchy of need, the things without which not. These things are happening every single day to trans and gender non-conforming people, and the prospects are only looking worse. And if you're wondering why you keep having 2 hours of public comment before you can get to the other stuff, I'll tell you the reason. It's that you've lost our trust to act in the best interest of your constituents. And when you stop trusting someone, you start asking questions.
Can you wrap
and
up
you
your
start
comments, please?
scrutinizing. And if you're met with evasive tactics, you double down, you triple down. Show us that we can trust you by declaring Worcester a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Van Hoosen. I'm a Worcester resident.
They, them.
I'm not very good at public speaking, but I'm very good at talking about what I do. Here in Worcester, people like me, people who are gender diverse,
they, them.
Do a lot of very good work. There are a lot of colleges in Worcester. It's kind of known for that. And they're doing a lot of very good work. If this country becomes unsafe, we will be forced to go elsewhere.
That's fine.
And
there are better places than Worcester.
That Worcester would appreciate if we could continue doing life-saving and cutting-edge research here in town. I would certainly prefer it. So on the matter of 14B and 10B, I'm not asking you to stand on the front lines. I'm asking you not to assist when bad people do bad things. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kat.
Kat.
She, they, here, member of Worcester for 2 years. My wife, who just spoke, we moved here from Missouri.
Oh.
So, if you don't know, Missouri has had a fun couple things with trans people as of late, such as denying healthcare and also having a trans snitch list. Thank you to everyone who spanned the B-movie script in that form. Worcester becoming a sanctuary city means that I, as a trans femme, do not have to worry about said snitch forms being out there coming after me, my brothers, my sisters, and my siblings.
Look at his face!
Not having to worry about whether or not if I'm going to get gender-affirming care through legal means or otherwise, can't say, is there. Knowing that I'm going to have it is important. How would you feel if you were not able to get the medication that you needed to live?
Sir, you are
Whether
20
it
minutes
be
away
for
from Connecticut.
diabetes, for depression,
You can't get depression medication? What?
or for anything else, for chemo.
You can't get chemo?
This is not that hard. It's really not that difficult. And the fact that I've been watching some of you up there, I wasn't planning on speaking. But the fact that I've been watching some of you up there with your eyes down, not looking, that is a privilege. The fact that you are not comfortable to look at us as we are talking to you is a privilege and tells me which side you're on. I really thought better of you all.
Oh my God.
I really did. I'm a content creator.
Oh yeah?
I got one of my mods
Me too.
up here out of Arizona because of the shit that was going on. And don't hit that gavel because of my language.
Could you wrap up your comments now, please?
I now am starting to regret that. Do better. Be better. And remember the saying. They first came for the socialist, but I didn't speak up because I wasn't a socialist.
Oh my God.
They then came for the trade unionist because I wasn't a part of a trade union.
Thank you.
They came for the Jews because I wasn't Jewish. They then came for me, and no one was left to speak for me. Are you really going to throw the trans community, the queer community as a whole,
Thank you.
then the people of color, then the Jewish people, then any other, the immigrants, under the bus to make money?
Yeah.
That is it.
Oh God. Hi,
I am
Antifa.
Ben. I am a Worcester resident, and I'm here to talk about B14. I live down the street. I go to WPI. I am a student. And on Highland Street, me and my friends have been repeatedly hate crime by people driving by, screaming slurs, and saying hateful things. And it's disappointing to watch this council hit a gavel at curses when a slur was said in your house and nothing was done. I was born in this city, wasn't raised here, but was in and out of it constantly, and I came back for schooling and to have a life. I came from a place back home that was very conservative and harsh. And when I came here, I had the opportunity to grow as a person, as I got exposed to all the wonderful queer people, allies, immigrants, people of color that my school in this city provided to me. I never got that growing up, and I got to be a person, the person who I wanted to be finally. I want to feel safe in the city that I'm getting my education, the city that has its name on my birth certificate, the city that houses so many people. We are your people. We are our people. Why can't you protect us? We try to speak to you week after week, and we get pushed off like a spam email over and over again. But you don't have the gall to block the number or actually solve the problem. Please represent who elected you, or else you won't be elected again and someone will do your job better. We are your people. Protect us.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this another pastor? Uh-oh.
I am the Reverend Bray Adams.
Oh.
I represent the United Congregational Church here in Worcester. I spoke last week, and then I received so much hate that I took everything down that I posted.
Good.
And so today, I know I have 2 minutes. I'm not going to say a word. I ask you to give me my 2 minutes. I ask that it be in silence for those who have lost their lives, those who are living their lives in terror in this moment.
She's
And I
forcing us
also
to have a
ask
moment
that
of
you give me
silence.
your eyes for these 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, this is going to be awkward AF. I kind of want to fast forward, but I kind of don't. Because she's just going to go and look sternly in the eyes. She's going to hold her sign. And you will see her. This is awkward as fuck. Like, really, 30 seconds would have been about enough. We have to do a minute and 30 seconds of this? I know. I'm being very rude right now. I'm not appreciating Grandma's sign well enough. Man, we train for this. We watch socialism all the time. We can sit through your silence. You're not gonna break us. I'm not gonna fast forward, bitch. It's a silent struggle session. They want us to give up. We do not give up. We're finishing the video, okay? It's still going? How is it still going? This isn't fair. I never get anything I want. What's going on? It's never gonna end. We're gonna be here forever. We're sitting in silence forever.
Thank you.
Oh, thank God. That was awful. If I had been in the room, I would have burst out laughing and there would have been nothing anyone could have done to stop it. Oh, there's more people.
Going to the virtual call-in users. The first user can identify.
Oh, call-in users. Oh, great. Call-in
Please state your name,
users.
city of residence,
Great.
and item you're calling on.
This really does go on forever.
Yes, Christopher Barge, can you hear me?
We can go
Let's
ahead.
get some no's.
Okay, Christopher Barge, City of Worcester. I'm speaking in support of item 14B, and I guess I'm actually talking to the gallery because we all know that most of council doesn't bother to listen anyway. While I do appreciate all the creative new ways that councilors have found to hide their phones, it would actually be nice if you just listened to what we're telling you. The members of this body are not the city's lawyers, and thank goodness for that. We have a law department, and the city solicitor is sitting right here in the room. From what I've heard the solicitor say, there's no known legal peril to what is in this petition, so let's stop pretending there is. Let's drop that fig leaf of an excuse to not address its merits. When it suits the council, it will plow right through questions of legality and constitutionality. Just ask the solicitor how much it costs taxpayers when the city tried to outlaw free speech rights for the poor and got its ass kicked. That case was Thayer et al. Versus City of Worcester, for anyone who wants to look it up. It cost the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't need some of Worcester's dullest playing lawfare. That's not the council's job. I also urge you to stop using the Human Rights Campaign score as a fig leaf to hide behind. It doesn't change or reflect the inhumanity of the actions of this body that have taken over time and time again on trans issues. It doesn't change the fact that a member of this body referred to her colleague and maybe others using a transphobic slur. It doesn't change the fact that this body has done nothing meaningful about that for weeks and weeks.
Because
It's
they're
a
taking
construct.
phone calls now.
It's fake.
So there's no
You
video.
can't eat a score or a grade from a feckless NGO. A score can't house you. A score can't keep trans people safe. You will not find your dignity nor your humanity within it. It's monopoly money. You could have avoided all this through the chair if a
could have
specific
avoided all this
counselor
if
had
you had just
apologized
done
for
what
her
we
words and
want.
tried to be better. Instead, you sit through hours and hours of testimony to shield your colleague from the very basic consequences and reconciliation.
Should have
You
just done what
caused
we
all of this
wanted.
trauma to your constituents. To the queer and trans community, since you're the only ones actually listening, I am here for you and I am with you. I will always be with you. To the council, in summation, take a vote to offer sanctuary or just openly admit that you do not respect the humanity of queer and trans people. It's really exactly that simple. We will remember what you do, and November cannot come fast enough.
November's a long ways away.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Ali. Try to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hello, my name is Allie Thresher. I own a home in District 1 and I run my small business here in Worcester. I'm here to speak in support of Action 14B. I've seen arguments, of course, mostly by anonymous online posters against this motion claiming it won't do anything for the city. Well, I invite you to look at the stable of speakers here tonight in the last few weeks. We are professionals, taxpayers, and community builders. We live and work here and we are worth protecting. I spoke last week and I'm once again imploring you to follow the examples set by the entire State College Borough of Pennsylvania, as well as cities in Missouri, and expanding cities around the US in declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for LGBTQIA+ individuals. Several years ago, my family was directly impacted by anti-trans violence here in the city, and our community was here to support us. Unfortunately, I do not think that would happen today. The support, I think the violence is a high possibility. While I have been proud to call Worcester home, there has been an uptick in violent rhetoric and actions directed towards all of us in our community since the election. This is just a simple fact. Despite the support of their teachers, which I've unfortunately learned is really rare here, one of my children is currently afraid to go to school because of the things their classmates have been repeating that they have heard from Trump and politicians on TV. I implore you all to strengthen your spines, look to your constituents with empathy, and do the right thing. If you cannot loudly stand with us, I ask that you at least have the guts to outright claim your hatred of our community instead of trying to use us as props every Pride and re-election season. With the tiny bit of time I have left, I also, as a former theologian, just want to point out that we, trans people, are not a new phenomenon. People who live outside the concept of a binary gender predate Christianity, and the Bible itself enumerates multiple genders. Thank you.
We've heard them say that many times before. Non-binary people were the spiritual leaders of their
Mr. Mayor, the
communities
next
before
speaker is
capitalism
Sam. I'm trying
oppressed
to get the resident
them.
now. Please state your name and city of residence. Sam Pierce. Mr. Mayor, I think there's a microphone issue with this calling user. We'll move on to the next one. Next speaker is Anna. I'm trying to get the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anna Cooper. I'm a member of a large local faith community in Worcester. I'm calling to speak on agenda items 10B and 14B. I spoke last week in support of 7I, and I'm speaking again today in support of 14B to make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people. Over the past several weeks, I've watched politician after politician on the federal, state, and city level look their constituents in the eyes and tell them that they have absolutely no intention of obstructing the current administration's violent attacks on queer and trans people, that they will not raise a finger to defend their constituents, and that when we come here to defend ourselves and each other, you will hold it under privilege. My expectations have never been particularly high, but this has disgusted me to my core. Where is the line? When will it be enough? Councilors have raised concerns about federal funding, although there's no evidence that this is a warranted concern in regards to a trans sanctuary city particularly. But even without this evidence, you have in advance stated that you are willing to sacrifice the rights of your constituents for money. So what would be enough? Who won't you sacrifice? I hope you realize before it's too late that you cannot buy favor from fascists. Your best hope is to join in solidarity with your constituents who have so far shown that they are braver and better prepared for this fight than you are. I ask you to look to your political future, if not to your conscience, and vote in support of 10B and 14B. Thank you.
Just going to finish up here.
Are we
We'll
doing
come back to
Spanish
that.
too?
Mr. Mayor,
That would make
the
sense with
next
Worcester.
Speaker, I have a call-in user. It's 11:44. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence if you're on the phone.
This person on the phone. Are we done?
Can you please state your
I
name
don't
and
wanna
city of
miss
residence
any.
if you're on the phone?
They've all just been so good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, hi. My name is Emma Narkowitz. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a proud queer and disabled voter in District 4.
Of course
And I'm
you
also
are.
the big sister of a non-binary person who I love more than anyone on this earth.
Sure.
And I'm calling to support items 10B, 10C, 11A, and 14B and oppose items 10A. I'm speaking as a private citizen, but I've had the privilege of volunteering and working with LGBTQIA+ youth and young adults for the past 5 years. And I am so sorry to all the queer and trans and non-binary people who are having to come to these meetings for a month now and debate like their existence. Your existence should not be up for debate. This is the bare minimum. You are worthy of so much more than this. And like, I know you have jobs and families and school. Like, you have so much better things to do to be in this chamber with people that aren't even willing to look you in your eyes and admit and acknowledge your humanity. People have come and demanded accountability and an investigation into Council Mayor Carlson's hate speech, transphobia, and xenophobia. And we've implored that this council declare Worcester a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people who are under attack. The presidential administration has escalated attacks on trans and non-binary people in every walk of life, targeting access to life-saving health care, protections from workplace discrimination, the ability to get a passport,
Yeah, she was at the very beginning.
or play sports that they love.
She wasn't even the best one,
This is an attempt
I don't
to erase and kill trans and gender diverse people, and it is a matter of life or death. At great personal risk, trans, non-binary, and queer residents have asked this council to take actions to protect them. And yet 4 weeks later, here we are again because the majority of this council has failed to do so. Instead, through the chair, Council Colorio held the petition for a sanctuary city using procedure to silence and delay the needs of the queer and trans community. To the chair, when your constituents have the bravery to share their fear, their pain, and trauma with you,
You should do whatever they
it is
want.
incredibly insensitive to challenge their experience as an LGBTQIA+
You have to do what they
person
ask
living
you
in
to
the
do,
city
otherwise you are
because
challenging
of
their
some online
existence.
school.
Okay, I'm literally
The strength
shaking.
and beauty of the queer community in Worcester is because of the contributions of the people who keep showing up to these meetings, not because of you.
Can you wrap up your
This
comments,
council
please?
has the power, yes, I will, and the responsibility to affirm the existence, dignity, and safety of trans and non-binary people by passing 14B and 10B. If you want Worcester to be a safe and welcoming place for LGBTQIA+ people, prove it by voting to pass 14B and 10B. If you're the
Did they cut her off?
What happened?
Did they hang up on her? Oh shit, he's about to get in trouble.
What's good, gentleman here?
Evening. We'll see if it's a good evening in a little bit. I'm Donnie Boley. I'm from District 1. I'm here obviously to talk about 14B and 10B. So I'm just a little confused on how these haven't been passed yet. I mean, hundreds of people have come up here today, if not in the past couple weeks, to elaborate on the need and how they are demanding for this to happen. They feel that it's integral for their safety within the Worcester, residents. And, we've heard excuses from y'all. We've heard, that is to say, silence. And, you've experienced from us what you would call rudeness. If that's the case, feel free to step down if that's, if you can't take it. But what I would say is that it is, if you're at your job and you're getting harassed by your boss, odds are y'all are probably doing a bad job.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think is the case here.
That's not what they would say if it happened to them.
justify
They'd say,
why this
you're
is needed, but I think it's been
transphobic. That's
done,
why you're harassing me. It's not because I'm not
a
working.
lot by those before me, so I'll focus on the messaging of what it sends. Clearly, it's an intended separation of queer and gender diverse people from the rest of the Worcester population. With 10B, not only are you saying that you refuse to change for the betterment of the people around you, but you're also explicitly allowing and saying that though queer and gender diverse people are, they can come into this space, their goals for civic notions will be blocked and diverted at every turn. That is what you are saying to us. And as well, by going with the direction of the current presidential administration and erasing, queer and trans people from everyday lives, you are surrendering and submitting and saying that they actually do have this power when it's in fact complete hogwash. They do not have this power. You can do this
They do,
whenever
though.
you'd like. You can do this tonight. Please, I'm urging you to do so, or else the people of this city will vote you out. It is not in contention. I am from Texas, okay? I'm registered in Texas, and I'm going to
He's
register
not even a voter.
here now.
He's
that
not
this
even
is
a voter.
happening, right? Because I don't like you. I don't like you, okay?
He's not even
I don't
a
want you
voter.
representing me, all right?
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Oh, no one thought that you were going to say that, Mayor Petty. Ugh. So first they came for the Jews, and I did not speak up because I was not a Jew. Okay. Now they
It's
are
like the
coming for
third time
trans and
we've
queer
heard
people.
this.
Please speak up. Why are you not speaking up? Okay. Pass items 14B and 10B. November is coming.
Winter is coming, asshole. I didn't see that going so well.
Mr. Mayor, the next call on you is Maria. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hello. My name is Maria. I'm so sorry. I'm running out of a meeting. My name is Maria. I live in the city of Worcester, District 4. And as you could hear, I've come out of an important meeting because I'm a student to be able to speak here tonight. I shouldn't have to speak here tonight.
I shouldn't even have to be here, okay?
An Arab, queer, genderqueer, disabled,
all the things.
AFAB resident here in Worcester.
AFAB.
And I have attended every city council meeting for the past 4 weeks. And I've watched this city council not listen to the hundreds
I kind of want to go back and watch the other ones now.
of residents who come in.
I wonder if
I'm
they were all
speaking in
this good.
support of 10B and 14B, if that wasn't clear. And I've sent emails, I've called. You know, people say to talk to your government, that they will listen. What is talking to my government doing?
Nothing.
If you aren't listening to me, right?
And they never will.
And I want to also speak to what Councilor Russell said last week about people booing Councilor Calorio for being transphobic. There's a quote, "Unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed and tolerance with them.
Hello, Marcus.
We should therefore claim in the name of tolerance the right not to tolerate the intolerant. You are public servants. You're getting paid to be here. I have homework to do. I have a right
You tell 'em,
to
girl.
be upset, and all the people here have a right to be upset
You tell
if
them.
you are not listening to us. This is your job. If being booed in a place where people are
Can you wrap-
physically separated
wrap
from
up your
you,
comments?
yes, I'm finishing up. If you are being booed in a place where people are physically separated from you, where people you have the bureaucracy to make people speak quickly, not swear, be polite to you. Imagine being a queer person in this city. Imagine walking alone at night as a visibly queer person, as a visibly
Thank you.
feminine person. Vote yes on 10B and 14B, and I will not thank you.
Our next speaker is Jess. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jess, resident of District 5, school adjustment counselor in Worcester Public Schools, as well as a parent of 2 students who are in Worcester Public Schools. I am calling in support of items 10B, 11A, and 14B. Over the past few weeks, we've heard hundreds of people speak in support of making Worcester a safe and inclusive city for LGBTQIA folks. Hundreds of people have come out, called offices, written to counselors to say, yes, we support and love our trans and gender diverse community. Tonight, we're demanding that you do the same. As many have already said tonight, it's not that hard. All you need to do is what so many other Worcester residents bravely have done before you. Say that LGBTQIA lives matter. Say that we will keep trans and gender diverse folks safe. Say that we'll protect and love our trans and gender diverse residents. Say what so many of us in Worcester are going to say tonight and tomorrow when we wake up and talk to our families and friends. Say what so many of us will say when we go to our schools, our clinics, our stores, our churches, our workplaces. Say to the LGBTQIA community that you're safe here and that we'll do whatever we can to protect you. Thank you.
So Mayor, the next speaker is Micah. Try and meet the resident now.
Good evening. My name is Micah. I'm a transgender resident of District 5, and I'm speaking on items 10B and 14B. We'll hear tonight how the declaration of being a sanctuary city puts us at risk of losing federal funding, and this is going to encourage inaction. But the resolution that's put before you is taking a collection of existing Massachusetts protections and affirming our commitment as a city. So Chapter 127 of the Act of 2022 explicitly protects transgender and gender diverse individuals seeking sanctuary from out-of-state persecution. So item 14B simply extends this protection to a Massachusetts city, as multiple cities, including Boston, have also adopted. I'll quote Northampton, Massachusetts language from a commitment to inclusion and sanctuary. Together, these measures underscore Northampton's unwavering dedication to ensuring equity, dignity, and safety.
So woke.
And in particular, this critically
married
ties
someone
together
from there.
the city's commitment and also, same as our city's commitment to protecting those regardless of immigration status with transgender protections, as the intersection is under critical risk. So what is the barrier in our community about being explicit in our attention to protect transgender individuals? I'll reference our recent school committee meeting in which a resolution to protect the LGBTQIA+ community was scrubbed of language and generalized into protections for all. The goal of the federal government is to erase transgender people from every aspect of public life. This goal feeds the anti-trans hate machine as much as it redirects our public attention from the explicit eroding of democratic institutions. We were informed of this goal ahead of the administration taking office. We're seeing it carried out every day, and nobody in this community is surprised because this is what fascism looks like. When we're not explicit about protecting transgender people, we're allowing another federal strategy to also persist. And this strategy is trying to instill fear in the transgender and gender nonconforming community so that the community can no longer exist. However, this is an impossible aim, as we will continue to stand the test of time. And item 14B actually combats that strategy of erasure and fear. By putting a commitment to transgender and gender diverse people into writing, we're not performing, we're showing that the anti-trans agenda is not fooling anybody in our
Could you
city.
wrap up your comments, please?
It has no place here. On 10B, and I'll wrap up, we've learned that this body is not subject to the same HR practices of other state employees, and therefore a third-party investigation is the next action to protect all of your roles as counselors and make the council accessible to people in the future. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, Natalie.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, my name is Natalie Gibson of District 5. I identify as a human being. Happy Black History every day, and I support 10A. Welcome back, Councilor to New UN. The courage shown by you and Councilor Hajii is inspiring. Keep up the good fight. At this point, any apology that is given is rendered empty and holds no moral weight. I support the LGBTQIA+ community on 10B and 14B. So instead of dragging this out, I hope that the City Council will support this, vote tonight, and save a life. I support 10G. I hope this time, unlike recently when I petitioned for this, it won't be pushed off to the clerk's office or the city manager just to be ignored again or sit tabled for 3+ years like some other items. 14A, I'm in agreement with this. However, I want to know, why are councilors still holding an item that deals with safety? People are all saying, let's let them get back to business. Why are you holding it? Is this in retaliation against Councilor Atel Hajii? From here on, any thoughts and prayers that you give to any injured or dead constituents, including even our firefighters, there will be a spit in everyone's face. If you are also worried about the cost of sprinklers versus lives and their possessions, keep this in mind the next time you're dishing out big raises to those who have the means to rebuild their lives effortlessly. Finally, again, if you're not going to bother to monitor your Facebook Live page, close the comment section.
Ooh.
Despite these people's freedom of speech, you are allowing disgusting hate speech to continue by these racist, bigoted, transphobic, xenophobic, and willfully ignorant cowards.
Terrible.
Cowards.
Terrible.
I say it again.
No hate
cowards
speeching.
who don't have the guts to say any of this stuff in person or virtually to the people that they're speaking about. Sure can. This city
Would you guys
is
say it? I would
complicit
say it.
in the hate, period. Thank you. Have a good night.
How
Mr. Mayor,
many
next
more?
speaker is Sam. I'm trying to make the
Oh.
resident now. Please say your name and
This is
city
going
resident.
on forever, but I don't want to
Hello, my name
stop
is
just
Sam
in
Aspak.
case.
I go to Clark University. I'm speaking out in opposition to 10A, something I feel like not enough people are talking about
Opposition.
tonight. This is a motion that will restrict discussion of any complaints, including homophobia, transphobia, racism, or any kind of
Never
bigotry to
mind.
executive sessions which are not open to the public. That isn't cool. If a counselor is doing something
literally
or saying
shaking.
something they shouldn't be doing
It's
or
not cool,
saying,
guys.
we need to talk about that. If a counselor is being homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, racist, or anything, that is an important thing that should be brought up in city council meetings. And especially if a counselor deliberately refers to another counselor as it. That is a big problem and should be addressed in the public square. This is especially egregious when considering the counselors are public figures. We elected these people and we hold them up to the standards
wish I
required
had
to run
seen
our
that.
city.
We should go back and
By
watch
running for
that
office,
meeting.
these people have consented to being
I want to see
criticized.
the it comment.
Sometimes a lot, sometimes by a lot of people. And that's good. That's the way it should be. And Councilor Bergman says he brought up this item in light of transphobic labeling, to which I ask, what? And were you...
It's crying. It's
and are you
crying,
afraid
guys.
of transphobic labeling? Or do you not like it when people are called out for their bigotry? And you say this would prevent allegations from hurting councilors or their reputations when some of it may not be true. I assume this is reference to Councilor Mero Carlson referring to Councilor Nguyen as it. So I ask the council then, do you think this might not be true? And more importantly, do you believe that it might not be true enough to prohibit discussion about it from coming up in meetings? In my opinion, I don't know about your opinion, but in my opinion, basic human decency takes priority over the reputations of our councilors.
Yeah, guys.
So we live in a democracy, and one of the key components of a democracy
don't
is
live in a
effective public
democracy.
discourse. This includes discourse that challenges those in power. That's probably the most important kind of discourse. What this motion is censorship. Yeah, it's just blatant censorship under the guise of not having meetings go on for too long. And this is why I'm speaking out against tenant. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Eric. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Eric. I am a resident of District 1 in Worcester, Massachusetts. I was married in Worcester. I own a home here. I pay taxes here. I work in the city. I volunteer in the city. I have small children in Worcester Public Schools. And I was very saddened by the watered down language used in a similar resolution to 10B, 14B related to school committee. Further, I'm very disappointed in the delays of City Council in actually getting their work done. Part of this also being the bad faith statements regarding these delays from councilors saying that other issues aren't being addressed or that we're constantly coming back to deal with these issues when they themselves are the ones who delay and drag these items out for whatever their motivations. This should be a no-brainer. We need to vote and we need to support 10B and 14B. We need to support our citizens. This is not something that we should be hemming and hawing over. This is not difficult. I often say that Worcester's the second largest city in New England, and we need to act like it. But tonight, I'm going to say instead that we're the heart of the Commonwealth. Let's act like it. Have some heart. Show some courage. Show some love and compassion for your fellow residents. You know, this is not something that we need to contemplate. This is something that should have been acted on immediately and the first time it was brought up. And frankly, shame on the council for delaying this for so very long. As one of the previous callers mentioned, regarding 10A, the dirty laundry should be aired in public. If people have concerns about the qualifications or the well-being of their other counselors, or people have used slurs or said things that are not appropriate, this should be aired publicly. If you have issues with this, then perhaps public service is not for you. Let's be honest, it's not for everyone. But again, putting this behind closed doors really does a disservice to the residents and to the voters here. Please support 10B and 14B and oppose the ridiculous 10A. Thank you.
So Mayor, the next speaker is Deborah. Do you want me to resident now? Not hearing from the resident. I think there's a microphone issue. We have a calling users, last four digits 1150.
Hopefully we're almost done. This is crazy, but we can't not watch the rest of it. We can't not do it. Does this really go on like this for, like, how, seriously?
Can you say your name and city of residence?
Okay, hang on. Does this really go on for 4 more hours, 3 more hours, 2 more hours? Hang on, we're at 2:47 right now. Okay, someone remind me that we're at 2:47. Let me just see. Okay, so it looks like it's not going on for very much longer. Okay, we're committed. We're going to do it. They're going to get to a vote at some point. We're almost there. I didn't go ahead that far. Okay,
Not
thank
hearing
you.
from the resident. I think there's a microphone issue. We have a calling users.
I want to watch the rest
last
of this,
four
but I
digits
don't know if I want to watch 2
1150.
hours more of the rest of this. Like, maybe like 20 minutes. That would be better. I just didn't realize this was going to be so good. It's like, I feel like if we don't watch something,
Can
we're
you
going
say
to
your
miss
name and
it.
city of residence?
My name is Louise Viola. I live on
Louise.
Mount Vernon Street.
I want Louise to be like, there are 2 genders, man and woman.
I'm calling in
That would be
relative
the
to the
fucking best.
conversation. That's right, for 14 and 10. I'm overwhelmed by the emotion that I hear here. I hear talk of being killed. I hear talk of all kinds of
My funny robot voice.
fear.
Thank
that
you, Andre.
people have.
Appreciate it.
About
Guys, we're $5 away from the super
living
chat goal.
here.
It'd be cool if we could hit it. We've been here for like 4
Oh.
hours. I hope I've made it entertaining for you guys anyway.
We love
I've enjoyed
each
myself.
other. We need to love each other. We need to protect ourselves. I act in my life to protect myself from anything and anything that's disturbing me. I'm not looking to my city councilors to do that. I am hoping that the police will help me if I ever need to call on them.
No.
But it's my
Old lady just
responsibility
wants
to
everyone to be
protect
taken care
myself.
of.
And if I am acting in a way that I know is going to cause other people distress about who I am or what I do, then I need to act accordingly as to what I feel I need to do to protect myself. Let us love each other. We are sisters and brothers. in this world. And yes, blind man that spoke was beautiful, because it's true that there is natural selection. It's just a fact of nature.
Yes!
And nature's God. Let us not say that Jesus, my Jesus, would do this, and my Jesus would do that.
Oh.
No.
Can you wrap up your comments,
God?
please?
Oh, okay. I'll stop.
Mayor, the last speaker is
Last
Chris,
speaker.
and we're trying
Oh,
to get
thank
that resident
God.
now.
Thank you. My name is Chris Boudreau. I'm in District 5. There is infamy in the air. That's what Ralph Waldo Emerson said after the passage of the Fugitive Slave Law in 1850. And I don't have to tell you about it because the pastor of First Baptist said what that law did. I don't think you need to hear any more from the people in this city who are terrified about what comes next.
I appreciate it.
Terrified about what's coming out of Washington. You've heard their experiences. You've heard the emotions. The federal government's actions are cruel and unconstitutional. Please don't decide this question based on speculation about what federal money may or may not be withheld. If this city government will not pledge to protect its most vulnerable people, then nothing else much matters. The people here are not asking you to meddle in other people's business. They're only asking you to defend them from the meddling of the cruelty that's coming out of Washington. There is infamy in the air. Please state it clearly and explicitly that you will stand behind the transgender and non-binary people of this city. Please do this tonight. Thank you.
Last call, last speaker. Anything else?
Is that it? Okay, so I'm going to, I think a couple of the councilors asked for a 10-minute break or so.
All right.
Is that okay?
I think we're done. I think we're good. That was a really good stream. I really enjoyed that, and I will say that taking an edible at the beginning of that stream was definitely the right decision. And anyone who didn't want me to do it was wrong. It was absolutely the right call. That was fantastic. I've got to spend the rest of the night making a playlist. I'm going to clip all the clips because there were just so many good speeches. It's like, this is, again, why we don't just watch the clickbait bullshit on Twitter, because the clickbait bullshit on Twitter didn't even capture the best parts. I want there to be more of these. We should look for opportunities like this in blue states all over the country. We can watch this stuff live. We can have like city council watch parties when the queer Marxists are going to show up. This was great. This was old school. This proves that I'm right about everything I'm saying. And that's good enough for me. And that is going to wrap us up for today, guys. We have been going for 4 hours. I want to congratulate everyone who made it until the very, very end. And I want to remind you, if you are a member of the Red Menace Collective, which is redmenacecollective.substack.com, this is where I write my books and publish my drafts online. You can currently download the very first book that you guys have funded, called A Brief History of Racism. I had a ton of fun writing the book. I learned a lot. I learned a lot that I didn't expect to learn in the writing of that book. So now you can download the PDF there. It is going up on Amazon. It will be out next week on Amazon in paperback and in digital. But if you want to go ahead to redmenacecollective.substack.com and download the PDF copy, it's a very quick read. It's only like 20,000 words. So it's about the third of the size of like a normal book. But there's a lot of stuff in there. Like, I wanted it to be short. It's called A Brief History of Racism. I wanted it to be brief because I'm going to be building a little anthology of these. I'm going to do a brief history of racism, a brief history of queer, a brief history of like other leftist related things, a brief history of the Abolish the Family movement. I don't know. It's going to work itself out, but I want to do a little anthology and eventually put together like a little box set because I think that'd be cool. Anyway, if you want to hear the introduction to the book and the epilogue, actually, you can go over to my main Substack, which is Carlin, KARLIN.substack.com. I also have a clip of it on my YouTube channel where I read the introduction and the epilogue so you guys can get a little preview of what is in the book. Now, we will be back tomorrow. James Lindsay is doing a live interview tomorrow at 6 p.m. I have other stuff we could talk about too. We still need to do Counter-Revolutionary Book Club this week. But James Lindsay is doing a live interview tomorrow at 6 p.m. about the woke right. We haven't done anything like that. It's not on James's channel either. It's on a different channel. We haven't done anything like that in a while. Do you guys want to go and go watch James talk about the woke right for a couple hours tomorrow evening? Should we make it a date? I don't know. I wouldn't want to be accused of anything. I wouldn't want to be accused of making trouble, but James did already call me a groomer for talking to his 28-year-old stepdaughter. And I just feel like that crossed the line. And I feel like we've been very nice to James. We've given him some time off. He has continued to lose his fucking mind. He's only getting worse and worse and worse. And, you know, it's our responsibility to bring out the best in him, as it were. So we will be having some fun tomorrow. And yeah, I will see you guys then. That is all we have for tonight, guys. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.